Hello, hello, hello. We are looking good. Audio is good. Video is good. We are good. Hi guys. How you doing? So, today is our second episode of looking at other people's builds, mostly gas blowbacks. So, we're going to be going from where we were previously. This was where we were previously? Oh, I really should have checked. Yeah, that's hazed. I think I did check, didn't I? Yeah, because we ran. Yeah, that was. I was in the right place. We're fine. So, let me know if audio is good, just in case I am messing anything up. It's looking good on my side. It is a nerd. Hi. Yeah, things are looking good. Let me know if audio is good. And yeah, life is good. So, episode 2 of looking through people's builds today. Now, as we said last time, each of these are very expensive, and for these people, a lot of them are their kind of priorities for a long period of time. Let's also get rid of my bookmarks. Bloop. Control Shift B, if you're ever curious. And then we get a bit more screen space. Yeah, these are people's priorities for quite a long period of time. So if you do feel, you know, envy, jealousy, all that kind of thing, understand that it's a product of people's lifestyles, priorities, and time, and all that kind of thing. They are things that people save up for and value. With that covered, we'll get started. So, this is what we started with. This is what we ended with last time. This is Nacho's MCX. Nacho. And this time we are looking at Nacho's. We're starting with Nacho's ViperTech. ViperTechs are very cool. So typically ViperTechs are quite expensive. They are one of, if not the most expensive AR-15s type gas blowback rifle out there. I'm not sure if you can get DNAs as a whole thing. I'm not sure if DNAs are as expensive as ViperTechs. Generally, the basic idea is steel bolt, steel barrel, decent spec aluminium, very decent spec for what Airsoft is. And then type 3, oh no, I should know these kinds of things. It's either type 3 or type 2 hardcoat anodizing, whatever, it's the good stuff. So it's scratch resistant, it's good. Let's actually look at the gun. Oh, that's a chrome bolt. That's not standard ViperTech. What have we got? So let's actually read through all this. So, Magpul CCR carbine stock. We all love a Magpul CCR, it's good. Enhanced rubber butt pad, yeah. I haven't tried these yet. I assume they're fine, the butt pads, but yeah. Carbine receiver extension. Is that just another word for a buffer tube? LMT carbine receiver extension. LMT, right, let's Google it. Immediately confused. I like that Google sends me an email saying that I'm live. Like, thanks. I guess if it was someone else, then I would be concerned. Right, LMT, carbine receiver, extension. Is that just a buffer tube? Yes, it's literally just... Okay, right. Why have you got to make these names for things? All these gun companies being like, oh, the tactical... Alright, it's a buffer tube. So, Luthar AR-15 carbine caster nut. Yep, that's a nut. Receiver end play, carbine buffer, so that is... Do I have a spare buffer? Oh, I have a piece of one. Oh no, that is a full one. That's a TM. So that's what a buffer looks like. This is the TM, so the one in the MWS. It is a very, very weak spring on the back of this. Typically, so the MWS one is one piece, two piece, roll pin through the middle, and then a spring. Typically with these kinds of buffers you do not have a spring arrangement like this, you have a shifting weight inside. The reason you have these is because so weapon fires, cycles back, cycles forward, and then the impact of it cycling forward is momentary force large enough to cause bounce, so the bolt bounces back. It's called bolt bounce. This is a problem. So what they do, they have weights inside, either steel or tungsten, depending on what kind of spec you want, and then the weights shift inside the buffer so that the weight comes back, it's fine, the weight goes forward, well, the buffer goes forward. As a result of the buffer going forward, because the buffer is pushed forward by the recoil spring, the big thing in the carbine receiver extension buffer tube. Because it is pushed forward by the spring, the buffer is pushed forward quickly. The buffer weights are held back by their own inertia, so force of acceleration. They are not pushed directly. Are you on any other social medias? Yes and no. I'll get to that. Because the spring pushes the buffer directly but not the weights directly, the weights hold behind, so then we have that momentary push of force when it gets to the bolt goes into battery, and then at that split second where it would bounce back, that is when the weights on a delayed schedule, I guess, slam forward because they are, you know, inertia. That is how inertia works, and then that neutralizes that bolt bounce. So that is why you have buffers with shifting weights rather than something like this, which is just basically solid. So that's why we have buffers in AR-15s. BCM Gunfighter Mod 3 pistol grip. Very good grip. I am a fan of those. I only have one. I would consider more if it was clone correct, historically accurate, whatever, for more of the builds that I use, but it is very nice. But yeah, I tend to go A2 quite a lot for the stuff I have. Now, other socials that I am on. It does help if I move the OBS so it's not covering people's names. Hi guys, how you doing? Right, other social medias that I am on. So the Discord is kind of the main one. I'm technically on Instagram. My Instagram username, I believe, is Hobnob. Oh dear, I should know that. That's the kind of thing that I should know. I also have a secondary thing called Chad Airsoft because it was very funny to me to make a try-hardy tactical name called Call Hit Airsoft Dynamics, and the acronym for that was Chad. I don't actually do a whole lot with it. Yeah, Hobnob Airsoft. Yeah, I'm Hobnob Airsoft on Instagram. I need to get like Facebook and all that. Yes, you are, Desin. I need to get maybe like Facebook and all that kind of thing sorted. Apart from anything, there are problems that people have where people get imitated, and then that's obviously bad for them because they're like, hey, I'm Hobnob. Oh, I'm going through financial hard times on this Facebook channel or whatever. Go to my Telegram and give me Bitcoin. I am never going to ask you to go to a Telegram and give me Bitcoin. If anyone ever does that, it's not me. It's not. But yeah, I do have Instagram. I don't have the others as of yet. If I do, then it will go as a community post on the YouTube. Oh, I'm on YouTube, obviously, or the Discord. And if you're not on the Discord, then there is a Discord. If you're a Discord user, then hey, that's a place you can be if you want to be there. But really, we just chill. It's all good. Check it out. Good stuff. My goldfish died. Please give me money. Alright. Trauma dumping on stream, Dejan. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Right. Gunfighter Mod 3 pistol grip. Yep. Good. Can I, if I split this halfway, do we get a better picture? Kind of, but then this is gross. There we go. Kind of. Can I hide this? Oh, there you go. That kind of works, doesn't it? We'll work with that. Now we can actually see what we're looking at. Zbart's CAC, ambidextrous safety selector. Yes. So this has the never owned a goldfish. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, Knights Armament. So Knights Armament Company? Is it company for Knights Armament? Of course you don't have it there. Oh, is it on the rail? No. No. Oh god, you put your branding on everything, Knights Armament. Why can't you tell us what company you are? I think it's company. Flip. I'm gonna have to look now. That's gonna annoy me if I don't know that. Right. CAC. Knights. Maybe it's corporation? What does CAC mean? Oh, it's company. For God's sake. Right. It wasn't they with give me money part even as it wasn't okay with the give. What? I just wasn't okay with the giving money part. That's fine. What are you on about? Hey? Don't worry about it. Right. Knights Armament, Ambient Selector. So they have this, they have two types. One of which has this little cutout on it. The reason you have that is because if you are holding I don't have a spare pistol grip. Ah, okay. We'll hold a magazine. Ignore the fact it has red tape on it. Maybe it has a problem with its inlet valve that I need to remember so that I don't put this in a gun. When you're flicking the safety down, it's all well and good when it's on this side. But if you have an ambidextrous one that's on the other side as well, then the arm is going to hit your knuckle there, and therefore it doesn't always come on, the safety doesn't always come off when you want it to, which isn't great. So that's why you have this kind of shaving bit here, so that in theory it slips under. There are also guns where, excuse me again, where this is just a full thing on Knight's Armament guns, notably the M110. So my M110 behind the camera there has just a full size thing. And you do notice it if you go from normal M4 with a normal selector to that. The CAC is like shit? Yeah? Yes? Oh, but that's not what we're saying here. We're saying Knight's Armament Company, KAC. Kilo Alpha Charlie. So yeah, the M110 has like a full selector type thing on here, and you do notice it, but it's very easy to get used to, so it's fine. But yeah, generally, ambi selectors, sure. Oh, my neck. Radium Raptor ambidextrous charging handle, and because it's a ViperTech, it's probably a genuine Radium Raptor ambidextrous charging handle rather than... Damn it, I don't have that here either. That's probably over there, isn't it? Yeah. I have the Geisley one here for the MWS, but not the Radian. The Radian one must be over there. But yeah, fine, good. I generally, so, I've said this before, I don't really consider ambidextrous charging handles to generally be necessary, because if you want to do anything like that, so we have a gun, ba-bam, you want to do, you know, you want to check the chamber, let's say. A lot of people do like up and down, and then they tilt it, and then they go grab the charging handle with the left side because, oh, it's not ambidextrous, woe is me, and then they're looking at, okay, well, I can see it now, alright, good, and then release, and then, you don't need to do any of those things. All that you simply do, rifle, turn it 90 degrees to the right, or to the left, I guess, pop the stock up on your shoulder, support it with your support hand, and then with your other hand come under, charging handle, bloop, and that's all you need to do to check the chamber. It's not difficult at all. So ambidextrous charging handles are usually not necessary in any real regard, but hey, people think they're cool, and I mean, hey, I have one too. I have a couple, actually, because I've got the Raptor as well for the MWS, because hey, they look cool and they're, you know, historically significant and used on particular builds by particular people, etc, etc. So yeah, cool, just usually not necessary. VFC CAC folding and micro rear sight, VFC CAC folding and micro front sight, yes. Oh, are they visible through the skyscraper? Oh, that's neat. Huh. I like that. So I do wonder then, if you put a magnifier, if I had there we go. So if we had a magnifier here, this is an EOTech G33 genuine, that shelf there, would that be enough to stop that from being co-witness? Because that's quite a big shelf in comparison to that. So this is the Knight's Armor skyscraper, I believe. ViperTech, yeah, sure. Would a mount, I wonder if a magnifier mount would actually be enough to cause problems there. But otherwise, as it is, yeah, co-witness, good. I'm having trouble remembering what a right-handed charging handle looks like. Uh-oh. Okay. Hey, money! Thank you, Dejan, very much for that €5. That is very much appreciated, but very much not necessary. Simp responsibly. But thank you, I appreciate that. Right, so normal right-handed charging handle looks like this. This one is broken, so the latch is broken here, but you can see there's a latch here that's on the side there. So if we have a gun, then we put it up on our shoulder to the left, put the stock up on our shoulders to support it, and then just go bloop, and that's how we would do that. Oh, it's quite dirty, isn't it? Oh dear. Alright, let's get... I probably should have thought about that before doing that. So that is what the normal charging handle looks like, called the usually called the GI, just general issue. Oh, you added a 0 too much? That's unfortunate for you, dude. Right. So, charging handle, sight, yeah, aim point, micro, high rise, and co-witness. I am generally a very big fan of co-witness, not because of like, oh, maybe my sight will break, maybe this, maybe that. Not because of that, but because I do have failures so often that are fixed with having iron sights that I want iron sights. So the most common example is if I have a dot, this is a vortex strike fire, crossfire. If I have the dot and I'm in the woods and I have it, you know, the correct brightness, not too bright, not too dim for woodland, so it's not blowing out, starbursting massively in the dark environment, but also that you can see it. And then you go out of the woods to shoot into a clearing. We have, you know, quite bright clearings in where I play. Excuse me. Then you simply can't see the dot because the dot isn't bright enough. If you set the dot dark enough to then be properly visible in your under tree cover, then it simply doesn't work. It's not visible when you go into a clearing. And so you have co-witness of iron sights to resolve that. So for me, co-witness, good. And that looks like what is successfully going on here. Now, Holosun HS503G-U, red dot sight. I have no knowledge of Holosun. I've seen a lot of their products and I've seen that they are doing some very cool things and seem to be liked by a lot of people. I have yet to try any of their products though. Fair enough. With things like that, for me it comes down to warranty. And the fact that, hey, things can break over time, or things can be difficult to replace over time through, you know, maybe they're not in stock, maybe they're not being imported anymore, etc, etc. If we take, for example, let's say you want a GMP M203, you try getting one of those nowadays, I wish you luck. It would be very difficult. So with something like this, for example, this is the Vortex, that's the Holosun. They are both T1, T2 footprint sights. If I were to break this, easy peasy, just send it off and it gets fixed by Vortex, then it comes back, fine. I don't have enough second-hand accounts, or I guess I don't have enough first-hand accounts of that being the case with Holosun, of them being willing to do that kind of fixing to make me rely upon them for that kind of thing. There are, of course, occasions where I don't feel the need to rely upon a company in that regard, like I don't value the warranty, like EOTech, for example. These are, I don't have a particularly high opinion of these, either the G33, well the G33 is quite nice, but the EXPS 3-0 that I have, and I've had a 5.1.2, I've had an EOTech, older EOTech of some variety. I haven't really had a particularly good opinion of them. And when I've emailed them in the past saying, hey, what would happen if this was struck by a BB and the glass broke, they just said, oh yeah, that'll be like $250 before shipping for us to fix it for you. I'm like, oh, okay, that's rough. And this G33, for example, the surface finish on these is so weak that you probably won't be able to see it, and if I brought it up to the camera then it would have focus issues. But we have a point here where I thought, oh, is that a little scratch there? And I just went with my fingernail and just scratched the coating clean off. This coating is not really on there properly, and this is a genuine G33. However, it's not a genuine mount. This is an Evolution Gear mount, because the genuine EOTech G33 mount had like a grinding inside it and it was just binding up. It was absolutely terrible. Whereas the Evolution Gear is just better in every way. So yeah, I unfortunately have not had good experience with ViperTech, but that's not what we're talking about here. Yeah, like I say with HoloSum, I haven't tried their products personally. I would like to at one point. It's just difficult to justify the cost for me personally. ViperTech CAC URX3 rail panel kit. So that's just these little bits under here. Simple stuff. Protects your hands really from the Picatinny. Stops your gloves getting. Wow, I'm having trouble speaking today. Stops your gloves getting torn up. Sotac BE Myers Mall C1 plus dummy. So it's dummy because Nacho is German, and therefore they're actually not allowed to have lights or lasers of any kind on weapons, on airsoft weapons, which is interesting because these are lights / lasers. There's an emitter inside them. It's just not forward facing. Except it is forward facing. But I guess it's because it's not emitting. Well, it is obviously emitting. I guess it's because it's not emitting outside of its own housing that it's fine. I don't know. That's very strange to me. Yeah, so, Mall, they're vibey. Sure. Yep, you found my Instagram. Good stuff. Yeah, so, Mall, cool. They actually have, so they have a pressure pad in their housing, so you mount it. Let's do that. So let's pretend that this is our Mall and this is our handguard. It goes bloop, and it has 2 buttons up here for a light and laser, I think. Light and laser. So the pressure pads are integrated into the housing, so you don't have to worry so much about cable management and all that kind of thing. Interesting design. Radson Surefire DSSR07. Oh, switch assembly. So that's just that thing there. It's a Surefire pressure pad, as you'd expect. No, like cable ties or tape or anything holding that cable down. Some people get concerned about that kind of thing. I personally tend to try and tape stuff like that down, but each to their own. It's one of those things where if you never have a problem snagging it, and you don't mind the problems that would occur if you did snag it, like these are only like, what, 20 quid for a pressure pad like this, so if you broke it, then and even if you did break it, it would be breaking it in a functional sense rather than a cosmetic sense. And if you broke that in a functional sense, it wouldn't matter because you're German, and so the torches don't work anyway. So, fine. Watson, WADSN, I don't know how to pronounce that. Arisaka, inline scout mount Picatinny. Oh, Picatinny? Is there Picatinny on this? Is there Picatinny on a URX3? Is there Picatinny on a URX3 sides? URX3. Oh yeah, there's Picatinny up the front. We can't see it obviously because of the torch. I didn't know that. Yep, okay, so scout mount, sure. There's generally, I haven't personally seen a need to get genuine light mounts because the reproductions tend to be good enough for Picatinny. But M-Lock, that's a different thing because M-Lock, whenever I'm mean to M-Lock, people get salty, but M-Lock sucks. If you get a brand that isn't good enough, then it doesn't work right. And then people go, oh, you're being cheap, you're being poor. No, no, no. Magpul isn't good enough. BCM isn't good enough. Knight's Armament, does Knight's Armament do M-Lock? They do, but do they do M-Lock attachments? Whatever. I don't remember Knight's, if Knight's Armament does an M-Lock attachment, then I don't remember. But BCM and M-Lock are not good enough. I'm not being cheap, M-Lock is being shit. So it's not good enough. But we're getting there. There are companies that are doing workable M-Lock solutions. They are just very, very expensive, like hundreds and hundreds of pounds for a single light mount. We'll get there. Picatinny on the other hand, brilliant. Make everything Picatinny. Don't make everything Picatinny. Yeah, so scout mount, yep. Mod light, dummy, yep. Oh, with a Surefire back on it, I assume. Unless that's how that comes standard. Oh. So this is so it has a little button on it and it's got a thing. It's the originally came from the Millennium heads, from the Millennium body design. Millennium being called, I think I have one down here. Oh, there it is. So this is the Millennium type of Surefire, like the old big and bulky stuff, and it has this back end on it. And then over time that back end was adapted to fit on the Scout body, because this would not fit on a Scout body otherwise. Not adapted, sorry. They made their own version for the Scout body. So kind of adapted. Yeah, one like PLHV2, and then RGW, Dead Man, Suppressor, Dead Air Sandman Suppressor. I've got like 3 IQ today apparently. Oh, and we can tell it's been used. Nice. He's a player. Yeah, it's a suppressor. Cool. Now, let's actually look at what we've got going on. So, yeah, it is simple stuff. We've got some little bit of marking there. I wonder how much impact that has taken to do that, because I do wonder how strong this type 2 hardcoat anodizing is, in that how much impact was required to do that. But yeah, oh, it's got a QD slot in its lower receiver as well. That's cool. Yeah, good liquid build. Nice and simple. This is something that's a bit more CQB oriented, but with the skyscraper type mount we've got here, it does have a feasibility to mount something like a magnifier, and you'd actually be able to mount just a standard length, standard height magnifier for that. I'm burping so much today, probably because I'm not breathing because I'm talking too damn much. You'd be able to mount a standard height magnifier just like this on there, because the riser is incorporated and gives it like a little shelf to work from. Good design. Right, yeah, overall good build, nice and simple, does what it needs to. There are some concessions, I guess, to cosmetics and vibes, but that's totally fine. Obviously, if I said that wasn't totally fine, I would be such a damn hypocrite. I have a question. So typically this thing, the hand stop type thing, is where the back of your hand goes, so that's where that is. Then do you have weird thumbs? Because that pressure pad's quite far back for that. The mall pressure pad is fine, that's, you know, that's where that's supposed to be, but the Surefire, I mean the button there, I doubt that'd be annoying to get to. Yeah, I wonder, this grip placement and Surefire pressure pad placement, that's a bit odd, but hey, if it works for you then it works for you. Yeah, overall good looking build. I mean, ViperTechs, obviously they're very expensive, and they are usually a priority for people unless people have very high living lifestyles, I guess. But yeah, nice build, very nice. Now let's go to our next one. Does it really matter? Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, Nacho's German. I forgot that again. Right, Nacho's German. The light doesn't work, so there's no point in worrying too much about where the pressure pad is placed. You're absolutely right. Loosely inspired by this build from Grand Thumb. Let's have a look. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and the pressure pad's actually kind of far back there as well. Yeah, fair dues. Oh, that opened Facebook in German. I wonder if my Facebook's going to be German from now on. That is a problem you can actually have. If you give someone... I removed every internal of my glyphosate too. Yeah, I remember I read about that and filled it with epoxy. Gross. Yeah, that's a thing you can have if you go to another country and then access certain websites. Then the cookies it stores on your computer become geographically specific, and so you end up getting ads in other languages, and you can't fix it. So that could be a problem, but I don't think that will happen just from that. Mein Deutsche nicht good. I'm not gonna understand that. So let's look at Oh, next build. Oh, another text. So we'll keep that over there while we're looking here. Right. So Crook 5W29037R right side folding stock. Oh, looks. Oh, that's a lot of pixels. Okay, that's. Okay, we can be like, or we can be. So, looks kind of similar vibe to the ACR in that it's got, you know, the little pole coming out and the riser and all that. Cool. ME military equipment, Ukraine Picatinny rail top cover. Cool. How does this actually fix though? Have we got something going? Because usually the problem with these top covers is that they can't hold 0. So what have we got here to? Ja, ich habe Deutsche gelernt. Usually you've got something to lock these top covers down a bit, because by standard the AK design just isn't that good for incorporating optics up here. With the, if we go, if we want to compare the AR-15 to the AK platform, then the AR-15 is just kind of better in a sense, in the sense that it has adapted to modern times better. It didn't originally, because the carry handle wasn't great for optics, that's a whole separate issue, but it adapted better than the AK platform did, and required less additional weight in order to have that extra capability. So for these, for AKs, you typically have to have some kind of locking method on the back here, and then a hinge of some kind. Oh, is that a hinge there? That might be the hinge. Yeah, to get these proper. Unity fast 226 riser reproduction. Risers reproduction fine usually. With that kind of like flip mount and all the rest of it. Like I say, this has an Evolution Gear G33 mount. I nearly said G36. And is better than the EOTech one, because the EOTech one sucks. Vortex AMG UH1 Gen 2 holographic sight. They look big, they look bulky. I don't actually know how heavy these are compared to, I mean, the main competitor of course is going to be the EOTech. I do wonder, because there's more pictures here, and I saw this one. Give that a sec to load, because that is a lot of pixels. Are these sights actually this blue? Typically with holographics, because of the technology involved, you don't have to have anywhere near as heavy a tint. So if I go, this is a reproduction aimpoint Comp M2, I look at you through that, you can see a blue tint. And it needs that blue tint because the emitter inside it needs to bounce off, and yeah, I guess needs to bounce off the tint in order to be visible. With the technology behind holographic sights, however, you don't need as heavy a tint, but that looks very heavily tinted. So I wonder, is that just a trick of the light, or is that really that heavily tinted? I have used one of these before, like for 5 seconds, being, you know, well, when you're in the, it was either safe zone or staging zone or whatever, and you see someone with one, you go, oh, can I have a go? And you look through it, it's fine. I don't remember that if there was a tint, but if there is that heavy a tint, then functionally speaking, obviously, like for looks, this just looks brilliant. But functionally speaking, would you want that heavy a tint? Just in general, like the Trigicons, for example, the Trigicon RMR. So I have a genuine RMR, and I actually prefer the glass of the reproduction RMRs, because the genuine one is tinted so heavily that it kills the contrast. So if I'm looking just out these net curtains, for example, because net curtains kill contrast a little bit anyway, if I look at something, I can see, you know, a bush, sure, a window. If I then look at it through the RMR, I can't see it, because it kills that contrast so much. So yeah, is this tinted that heavy? Because if it is, that's a bit grim. Anyway, looks great. Let's continue looking through the build. Unity Fast FTC Omni Repro. So that's this thing here. The Omni part is meaning it can take G33. It can take Holosun magnifiers, I guess, aimpoint magnifiers, etc. Hi Sky. Doesn't have that much tint. Okay. Also had UH1, yes you have, I remember you trying to sell it, and thought it was pretty damn clear when playing outdoors. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so Omni mount, I have one of those same reproductions and it's totally fine. well, I have the one for the G33, but the Omni's fine. Same thing. Vortex Micro 3X Magnifier. So I really want to try the Vortex magnifiers at some point, because I hear the VM3 in particular has like a very a suitably long eye relief. Short eye relief is not necessarily bad, but I've heard that they have a bit longer. I don't know about the Micro, if those are better, because they have a small one and a big one, but there's not a whole lot of size difference actually between the two, is there? So I'm not sure. Front crook, IUW4B long handguard. So, oh, that was good. So this is a Ukrainian handguard, I believe, and that looks very cool indeed. Probably a bit heavy, and I mean, with these kind of things, the intention for mounting something like this onto it is so that you can mount lights, lasers, and all that kind of thing. But if you don't do that, it's technically a waste of the stuff, you know, waste of money, waste of weight, etc. But if you want, okay, it's a whole like slippery slope, I guess. So you want an AK, okay, cool. You want optics on your AK, absolutely understandable. Okay, you want optics on your AK on your dust cover because you want to, you know, have it where you want it. Understandable. Okay, you need a zero consistent top cover. Okay, so you need, you know, the hinge and the fixing, you know, a tactical style top cover. Okay, cool. So now you have optics on it. Okay, well now if you have optics on it and it's like a prism style optic, like a magnifier, well then now you need to have an adjustable stock, probably, so that if you're wearing, you know, body armor type stuff, then it pads it out. You need that stock a bit shorter. If you're not wearing body armor, then you have that a bit longer, so that you can get the proper eye relief on a consistent basis for whatever prism optic you're using. Okay, so now you need an adjustable stock. All right, fine, whatever. Well, okay, well now the back end of your gun is like, it's getting a bit tactical by this point. Okay, so now let's say you have something with a bit of a shorter eye relief, like a G33. Okay, well now you want to be able to bring that stock in a bit. Okay, well if you're bringing the stock in a bit, then you need a slightly more severe grip angle. Okay, well you need a custom grip, whatever, this, that, whatever. Alright, well now the whole back half of your gun is all tactical. If you've got all flipping tactical stuff back here, and then a wooden handguard, that just looks weird. So, I understand how people end up with this, because it just fits the vibe. And this would look very, very strange if it was either just the black plastic or the wood. So yeah, AK things. Oh, it's like a hand stop. Yep, that thing. It's a hand stop. It's top chat. How small is your hand? Is that? Maybe it's just a. Yeah, okay, maybe you have really small hands, maybe it's just the picture. The Airsoft QD Sling mount, is that going to be on the right? I assume not. No, because you are a right-handed person, that's okay. Smoky Wolf Smoke Tracer, modelled out of Banish 30, so that's this thing. Alright, Smoky Wolf. So, Smoky Wolf have had a recent resurgence. They came out originally, what was it, 2011? 2013, and they were not popular, and they didn't really take off. So a couple of factors back then. Gas blowback rifles were not as popular, and gas blowback rifles really do make the most of this. Vape juice wasn't as common because vapes weren't really around, and so I'm not sure what they were propelled with, or maybe they were still propelled by the same stuff, but large-scale manufacturing wasn't really around, perhaps? Not sure. They did also gain a bad reputation. One, for simply having poor production quality. And two, the vape juice, after firing, would go down the barrel. And you would end up gunking up your barrel a lot faster than you otherwise would. I do not know if that's still the case, and particularly with gas guns, you are propelling a fair amount more outwards usually than, well, no, I might be wrong in saying that. So I say you're propelling more stuff out, but the BB's coming out at the same speed, obviously, so it would require the same amount of stuff in order to propel it at the same speed. So, yeah, maybe I don't know. The complaint used to be back in the day that vaporized vape juice would go down the inner barrel and then gunk up the inner barrel. I do not know if that's still the problem. Don't know. Second airsoft gun. Okay. My second was, well, technically my second was an AEG. No. Okay, I bought two airsoft guns at the same time. So, it was a WE Glock and an AEG Mark 18. Second airsoft gun is after spending $700 on an unsuccessful GHK Glock build. You put money into a GHK. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I decided to go all out on a platform that was guaranteed to be worth it from reviews and everyone praising it. Yeah, this is VFC. Yeah. The VFC AK has very, very good reviews so far. I have one right there. It's built out as a Soviet Afghan invasion era AKS-74. So wood, steel, Bakelite grip, triangle folding stock, good stuff. Oh, and rib dust cover. Yeah, parts are RS unlisted, although so real steel. As a former recovered Tarkov player, unfortunate, I keep thinking about getting into Tarkov, and then I realised that I love myself. I wanted to build something nice and slick that resembled high-end builds in the game. I understand the appeal of classic and more natural builds, but this is what I ended up gravitating towards. Fair enough. I started by looking at cheap Airsoft Zenico repros, quickly gravitated to the design of Crook. Yeah. And ended up making a Ukrainian build that destroyed my bank account. Someone reassure me, please. Surely it stops here. It can stop here if you want it to. It can stop here if you want it to. We'll leave it at that. So it was a pretty damn front and heavy, 10 pounds, 4.5 kilo. That is heavy. I'll need to start doing arm workouts so I can field it properly. Yeah, a lot of that can. So a lot of that is the optic. These things are actually heavy, and a fair chunk of that is obviously the smoky wolf, blah blah blah, and the handguard can add a fair bit as well. It does add up. Right, fun facts. I've been informed that charging handle extensions can shear the charging handles off even on real steel AKs. Absolutely true. As an amendment, I will send extra hopes and prayers every time I rack the charging handle on mine. Okay. So, you probably know this already, but that is typically not when these charging handles break. So, racking... Let's pretend this is our bolt. The G33 is getting a lot of work today. Let's pretend this is our bolt. So, and when we pull it, there are 2 points of momentary force, right? So, for starters, getting the bolt started, that's not really a lot of force at all in the grand scheme of things. And the second one is when it hits the rear trunnion and stops there. And so you've obviously got leftover force there that then dumps into that point. It's a higher amount of force than the initial movement, but it's actually not a very high force at all in the grand scheme of things. I would not expect you to have any shearing potential off of that. However, when the rifle fires, we again have 2 momentary points of force. One is when the bolt starts moving, which is an absolutely tiny amount of force, even for firing in this case, because you are not putting force here with a heavy object stopping it. You are instead putting a force here on the bolt with a very light object stopping. And so that's completely irrelevant. We don't need to worry about the firing action at all. However, clunk, when the bolt hits the rear of the trunnion, that is a lot of force. That is when you have your shearing force. So don't worry too much about racking it. Try not to worry about firing it, because otherwise you'll never fire it, you know, and that's what it's for. Irons are permanently zeroed for 400 meters. Good luck, because the Airsoft, because the RS top cover is slightly incompatible, so I had to take the leaf spring out and tension the rear sight manually. Not like I will ever use it anyways. Yeah. Okay, so change the mirror sight manually. Okay, so do we have? We do have a very good picture of the rear sight. Fitting things to AKs always requires fitment, even if it's like any kind of AK, whatever. Last layer of finishing paint is right. Oh, for the clamps here. AKs require fitment. They have quite a lot of tolerance not necessarily tolerance differences, but intentional dimensional differences often. And so you can have many differences with that kind of thing. This is a thing that just happens as guns get old. They will be updated, and yeah, that's just how these things happen. The AR-15 platform used to have exactly the same issue, where the carry handles on them, fixed carry handles, all had slightly different widths. And so the mounts that went into them have different tolerances in that. And so the optics that went onto them then weren't very effective at zeroing. So that's why the sort of retro AR thing didn't really hold up to time, because fitting of those optics was just not good. So yeah, tolerancing is necessary. What I feel like I was going to say something else about that. Oh, not using the sights. Yeah, we have no co-witness here because, okay, obviously that sight is not going to be visible through there, so that's absolutely fine. It's just, it is what it is. I do wonder though. Well, we'll get through this before. That's the biggest flex we're going to see on this stream. Yeah, we'll get through what we're reading first. So, I'm sorry, the rifle is so front heavy, I can only hold it out with one hand for 20 seconds. You're holding it out with one hand off the pistol grip? I mean, that's still pretty impressive that you're getting 20 seconds out of that. I have a cosplay in the HLC server art gallery with this weapon. I saw that with 18 throw up emoji reactions. Yeah, so I won't be able to find it because I'd have to look through all the stuff. But it was you wearing like a maid costume, right? And then holding that. I don't. So it's is it a character from one of those the Chinese games? One of the, you know, Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zone Zero, Genshin Impact, one of those. And then people just jumped on the toxic bandwagon. And then finally, I have more than one mag for this gun. You have all of the magazines that VFC has ever produced for this gun. In that case, close-up shots. No clue why people are so nasty. Yeah, I don't know, dude. People choose toxicity sometimes, and it's just like, if it's not your thing, then don't be there. There are other pictures. Okay, live with it, or just be. You don't have to look at it. Whatever. So rifles out front heavy. This is something I want to ask. So this sight, this is heavy. This is contributing to your weight, and we have quite a noticeable difference here between the magnifier and the sight. Typically you want to avoid this generally, because when you're looking through the magnifier you then see the housing of the sight as well if you have such a big gap between them. If you were to move this back, you would help with your front heavy issues because you would bring weight further over the trigger guard. Why do I say trigger guard? Pistol grip. And you would also eliminate any kind of shadowing that you're getting from the housing of the sight. It would also look really weird. It's worth a thought either way. See if it helps. Maybe. Yeah, so overall, I mean, it's a tactical AK that is very nicely done. The Smoky Wolf stuff, not sure if that does have the problem that it used to have with stuff going down the barrel. I don't actually know though if this is for collection or for use. That wasn't mentioned, was it? Oh, and straddle charging handle, which is the bit here. Typically they're not considered to be necessary because the charging handle is like, it's there already, but it's one of those, it's a staple of tactical AK, so people go for that. What was I going to say? Oh no. Oh yeah, I don't know if this is for play or for collection or anything like that, so I don't know like if the functional things of like the grip and all that are actually relevant or not. One of those things. But yeah, it is a good looking tactical AK. Very nice job, and probably turned out a bit better than the GHK because they tend to do that. Yeah, very nice. Very nice indeed. Right side folding stock as well. That is a little bit unusual. I wonder, so that is somewhat beneficial in that if you have it slung across you, you don't really want it slung across you with the stock folded, because then the stock just digs into you and it's just like ugh. So if it's right side folding, then that is beneficial, but I don't know if that's what this is for, because apart from anything, folding this isn't going to make much of a length difference compared to this. So I don't know. Right, 416N. What is a 416N? I assume Navy, but like whose Navy? I am not familiar with the 416N. Let's Google it. Right, HK 416N. Oh, there we go. Okay, service. Ah, Norwegian service rifle. Okay. Yep. Oh, Reddit doesn't load for me on my phone. It's annoying. Okay, so Norwegian service rifle. Cool. You were close. Norway, not the Netherlands. Right. So we have VFC M27 barrel extension. So whoop, makes it long. LDT M320 grenade launcher with original sights. So sights off a real one. Cool. I don't know how heavy these ones are. I've played with the Ares one briefly, and it was very, very light. It was actually lighter than the 203, which I guess is part of the point. But I was surprised at how light that is. It was cool. Magpul Picatinny sling mount. So that is this bit up here. Do we have a better picture of that? We do indeed. So that's this thing here that then goes onto a QD, like a HK clip. Oh, I do actually have one. One of those. Bloop. Ow. Prick. Yeah, so that's where that goes, and we can tell that this is actually properly being used. Oh god, just a sec. Alright, we're good. Oh, I'll be good though. Did I actually turn it back on? Yes, I did. Cool. What was I saying? Yeah, so Magpul sling, sling mount, good. Aim point comp M4. Oh, that looks like a genuine one from that cap as well. Very nice. Yeah, that's almost definitely genuine. Brain. What do we got? Yes, I'm a fan of the comp M4. So I have one here. I don't have caps on mine. But yeah, the comp M4 is good. It tends to be, I would say that this is, yes, definitely North Korea, absolutely. That is what the N stands for, sure. That's throwing me off. Yeah, the M4 is... The comp M4 is a good example of what it is. However, it is quite expensive for what it is. It's good, don't get me wrong, but these things can cost, you know, 450 quid at least, if you're lucky. And so they tend to be quite... I would consider these to be expensive for what they are, and there are cheaper options out there, but of course if we're getting into cloner territory, then comp M4 gang, comp M4 gang. I'm very glad I got mine, but it did cost a lot. VFC 416C front sight post and VFC A5 rear 416C, so that would be off the AEG one then. So that is little bits and bobs of all things to come together for the build. So that is this sight here. Excuse me. CTR style buttstock or VFC original 416C stock. 416D stock, apologies. So this is a reproduction CTR apparently, but it looks good. If it works, it works. Happy days. New 900 to 1000. Yes, absolutely. Also got my M4S used for 450. Yeah, I got mine used for like 460, 450, I think. Not the S because I prefer this, but yes, If you want to buy new, then you're looking at silly prices. You shouldn't really buy one of these new. I'm intending to do a video on this kind of thing actually at some point, because I think it's worth noting to people that if a site is known for being rugged and good, etc., then there's not really any harm in buying used, as long as it works, of course. If you get scammed, then that's a different issue. But generally, anything with a reputation for ruggedness is going to be absolutely worthwhile buying used. No, the S stands for special. Vision, you're very special. Ferro Concept Slingster in Ranger Green. Love a Slingster, I do. They are excellent slings. They do exactly what they say on the tin. There is a... Yeah, I guess we could see here. So we have a big old pad around the back, so nice and comfy on your shoulder. And then we have a quick adjust here that just goes zzz, zzz, for making it longer and shorter. It does exactly what it needs to. Ferro Concept Slingster, good. Oh, we got that HK. Okay, so HK clip into paracord when there's a big old loop here. That's interesting. I'm just opening so many tabs of this gun. Oh no, that's the CTR. Wait, what have you done here? Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, okay, so that is a HK clip into a QD clip into the CTR's QD slot. That's gross. Also, another easy way to tell if a gun gets used or not is got the chrono clips on it. If you're not aware, whenever you go to a game, you have to get your gun chronographed. When you get the gun chronographed, it gets a little cable tie on it, and then people end up either with a cable tie, because some sites only allow you to have one cable tie at a time, or some sites don't mind that at all, and you end up with just like loads of cable ties on them. Yeah, this is gross. It does work. It's still gross. Yeah, I'm sure she does. Okay, so what about over here then? Can we see... Oh no, that's that again. Do we have... Oh, we don't have an opposite side. Okay, I'm wondering what's going on with this rear sling situation, but whatever is going on, it's a HK clip, and therefore it is a quick release, and therefore whatever you're quickly releasing or detaching to is absolutely fine, and there is no need to judge. That's gross, but it's fine. Okay, let's actually cover why that is. Allocation with paracord, huh? Oh, I have the paracord on the rear of the two of my builds too. Let's have a reason for me. I move the gun a bit more freely for reloads. Oh, okay, yeah, because it's not binding up in the same way. It's fair. I will cover why they've done this for this, because it is worth mentioning. The Ferro Concept Slingster. Do we have a pic of the pad here? Yes, perfect. We'll go for that. So in order to switch this from a HK clip to a QD, you have to undo the buckle, here, undo the buckle here, and then fish out all of the material that has been stuffed inside the pad. So all of the webbing that's been stuffed inside the pad, webbing like this kind of stuff. Then to redo it, you do the buckle, like these are tri-glides. And then you have to stuff all of your remaining sling stuff, so your webbing, again, this is a very short bit, all of your webbing into the pad. And it's a bit of a pain in the neck. So I can very much understand why you would not want to do that. Personally, I have 2 slingsters in green and 1 in tan, and I'm considering getting 1 in black. The only reason I have spent so much money on those slingsters is because it's a faff to change this rear assembly. So I understand why they've done this. It's just a bit gross. But yeah, no, it is understandable that they've done that. So hey ho. Right, overall, it is this is the Norwegian 416 off of a VFC 416. Very cool gun. And probably not too heavy, depending on how heavy this MDT M320 is. There's also an interesting thing. These, well, interesting. Let's not make assumptions. Oh, that's the VFC gas ones off in their bolt. this magwell, when Heckler & Koch designed this, for some reason they had a reason for it. I don't remember what. It was something to do with the tolerancing or whatever. Or was it? Whatever. They made this particular edge here lower. So usually you have a more severe angle here for AR-15s. Can we get an earlier one? There we go. We'll get nachos again. Rid of that. There we go. So that and that. We see a more severe angle here relative to our front of our lower receiver. So they brought it down. And there was a reason for it. I don't remember what the reason for it was. But somehow... cover that in a sec. But somehow they either didn't test it with regular Stanag magazines. So regular Stanag magazines. And so they didn't fit inside these guns. You had to buy the Heckler & Koch magazines that look exactly the same but have a slightly different profile to them. Maybe it was intentional, but I'm kind of doubtful. But yeah, it was a bit of an oversight on their part, and it took a while before they remedied that. They did remedy it in the end, I believe. The more modern 416s, although they do have a similar fencing profile, they have the ability to fit regular Stanags nowadays, I believe. But yeah, interesting oversight from Heckler & Koch, who usually do such severe over-engineering. Now also I've just noticed here, there's a selector there, isn't there? There's supposed to be a selector there. But, well, I don't know. Right, I've been handling gross stuff, like the charging handle, clean up. So, let's look at M320. M320? Is that? Yes. Okay. What's the... oh, M231. Oh, I'm getting mixed up with another thing. Yeah, there's supposed to be a selector there, isn't there? I think. Let's get something from the left-hand side. Or from the right-hand side, I should say. Yeah, where's your selector, dude? Here's, like... there's no way you'll be able to see that. See you, Tequila. Cheers for stopping by. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to see that very well. But typically there is a selector here that is missing. I don't know. But yeah, apart from that, hey, Norwegian service weapon, pretty cool. Also interesting, these grips are quite similar to the BCM Mod 3s. I believe these came before the BCM, but I think it's just cool and interesting how they ended up being the same thing. Or very similar. Oh, I've never noticed they had a nub though. That's interesting. Yeah. Norwegian 416. Cool. I am a fan of cloning service rifles in general. I think... oh no. Okay, every full caliber, intermediate caliber, whatever, thing that I have, I think... yeah, every rifle I have is a service rifle, I believe. Yeah, because I'm just a... oh! No, technically I have a Tanica M700 that was used in a military capacity, but was not technically a generally issued service rifle. But that's the only one that I have. I'm a fan of cloning service rifles, so that gets a plus from me. I like that. Good stuff. Now, oh, VSC, another service rifle. Okay. AK-4D. Let's bring this up. Oh, that looks good. Right. I had a VFC G3 and I sold it. And I regret it every time. Every time I see a G3. I really do. Right. Spare ASSI. I assume assembly. Stock. Spare handguard. Ultimate Industry B&T style G3 optic mount. Cool. Original G3 pistol grip. Good. Endpoint Comp M2. With VMT3. Oh, this is the full size magnifier there. So that in theory has a bit longer eye relief, which is a very good thing for a G3 because it does mount the optics a bit further forward naturally. just because of the design. Surefire M952. This is the fat old thing here. So this is the Millennium body that we were talking about earlier. With Haley Strategic Offset Picatinny mounts. That's this thing here. Malkov EX2T head and adapter. So this is probably a Scout head, I would imagine. And then the adapter is to the Millennium body. Cloud defensive style Surefire pad mount. You're probably right-handed. So that's going to be there. There it is. Good stuff. And Magpul 762 Magpuls. Bloop. Oh, yeah. I don't know why my brain thought, how's that going to help you get the mag out of the gun? But that's not what they're for. It's for getting out of pouches, obviously. B3, looking good. So this cheek piece there, does that slide? If that slides, that's interesting. I've heard good things about Spear, but I actually only found out about them as a company recently. Because I saw a YouTube clip of their new like magnifier mount behind a T2, and it can flip one way, it flips the other, and just because it's got the detent in the middle. Ooh, it's very innovative and all that kind of thing. People are very excited about it, and it looks good. So big old stock. I wonder if that, it does look like we've got some sort of extending thing going on here if required, but generally that length of pull looks good. That looks a bit shorter actually than the regular G3 solid stock, and the regular G3 solid stock is a bit long, so that is understandable. A regular G3 pistol grip, presumably for a real one, like fair enough. This has obviously been like properly used. This looks good. Aim point comp M2. Yep. So up here. Oh, that looks disgusting. So that's been through the wars, and that's a made in Sweden as well. So let's talk about aim point serial numbers for 30 seconds. Right. For specifically the Comp M2, I'm not sure if this is the case with Comp M4, but with the aim point Comp M2, you have two options. You have made in Sweden, bloop, or you have 10336 or 10338. This reproduction, for example, that says 10338 and then a number. If it is made in Sweden, typically that is a military issue aim point Comp M2. So this is potentially a military surplus aim point Comp M2. And this is on the original QRP1 mount as well. Very cool. It has a little spacer in there, and that spacer is necessary, brings it up like half an inch or something to get it on the level with your magnifier mounts. Then kind of stuff like that. I don't believe that was the original intention of them historically, because I don't think magnifiers were really around when this was first brought in. But it does the job. Was I going to say something else about that QRP? I don't think so. Oh, yes, I was. These are a little bit annoying because these screws are Imperial. And for us in the UK especially, getting Imperial... Yeah, M2s look good. Imperial... I don't have Imperial Allen keys just on hand. Well, I do now because I bought some off of Amazon. But I do just have one Allen key that it just fits for aim point optics, aim point mounts, and I just don't lose the Allen key. I have to know where it is at all times because no other Allen keys will fit it. But whatever, if it works, it works. So QRP, spacer, aim point comp M2, looks good. And then we have our long magnifier then, hopefully with a longer eye relief than standard. Than your regular G33s, for example. I've heard of the reputation of these having a longer eye relief, like I say, but I haven't tried one myself yet. Fat old stock, we've talked about that. The handguard, this looks quite similar to Zenico, in fact, in the sense that it's not M-Lock, it's its own proprietary thing with these like grill type stuff that you presumably mount stuff onto. Mounting Picatinny too, perhaps, I would assume. Excuse me. But yeah, oh actually, is that, there we go. Oh yeah, so it's just bolted in like that. Is this a two-way sling mount, I guess? Is that mentioned here? No, it's not mentioned there, but that does look like QD, I would imagine. So QD being, we've seen it before today, but I'll show you anyway. QD, these little things there. So they go bloop, and then there's a button on them, and you press the button to undo it, then go out. It's not the greatest design, but it does work. And that is probably what that is for, unless I'm wrong. Or if it's being weird today. Or if QD won't go into there, then that is just an external loop that a HK clip can go into if required. Pressure pad, yep, cool, it works. Big old charging handle, that's just a standing charging handle, but it just feels so good, and I want a G3 again. Yeah, I wonder if that required modification. So my intention with the G3 that I had was to make a G3K A4. I had no historical justification. I had no historical justification for this. It's just because it was in the game squad and I thought it looked cool, so I wanted to make a G3K A4. So that is a G3 with a retractable stock, a retractable single position stock, or two position stock I guess, a modernized pictogram selector, so your sort of modern MP5 style, and a wide triangle style handguard with a slightly shorter barrel as well. I fell at the first hurdle because I would have needed a Dremel to actually make the handguard fit. It didn't fit by standard, it needed like quite a lot of material removing, and I didn't have a Dremel at the time. So gave up on the project, sold the gun. Regrets followed. But hey ho. Yeah, this is a very cool build. My only question would be is how strong are you? Because we've got the pressure pad quite far forward out here, so we have a lot of strain on the delt here and the back muscles to lift that area. We have we don't have front stuff because we have the light on here, adding weight. So that is quite a lot of pressure up here. Usually, personally, I would come further back and then, you know, grip or something back here. But if this works for you, which it looks like it very much does from the way that we can see, then hey, fair play. I would personally come back a bit further, but hey, if it works for you, it works for you. I'm impressed at how good this B&T thing looks from Ultimate Industries. I have a genuine B&T aim point mount for an MP5. It would fit that too, but it's just like a single slot of Picatinny that doesn't fit anything other than a particular aim point mount, because of course. But this looks very, very similar to that. Obviously, you know, it's just a single piece of metal, but it looks good. Looks great. Yeah, overall, this looks excellent. Is that a sling loop back there? Oh, also we got the chrono tags there. Yeah, it's not. Oh, more chrono tags. So this is what I was saying. The site I play at, they typically only allow you to have one chrono cable tie on at a time, and so we don't get to build these up anymore. Whereas I used to have like just like this. Yeah, I'm not seeing how this is slung. Obviously, we have the front sling point up here. There's no way he's not got this on a sling. This looks heavy. But yeah, don't know. It looks like a really good build. Again, service rifles are... I am a very big fan of cloning service rifles, and this is excellent. Let's have a look, actually. Okay. So, my fellow VFC G3 owners... I'm not a G3 owner anymore. Current and previous G3 owners will know the G3s have a little quirk. The magazines in them wobble from side to side, and they cause a lot of inconsistency in the FPS. You can resolve that with these little grub screws here. These are grub screws. So they're on either side of the magazine. Oh, that's actually the same side, isn't it? Do we have... No, we don't. But there are these grub screws at the back of the magazine on either side, and you can undo them, Loctite them as well, and it will stop the side-to-side wobbling and get you a lot more consistency. This looks like it's still all the way in. If you do have any kind of inconsistency or a lot of mag wobbling, it's worth considering the fact that you can undo these a bit, and that's what they're there for. And you can undo those if you want to get a bit more consistency and a little bit less mag wobble. Little tip for you. Not mentioned in the manual. Not mentioned anywhere, but I found out from someone on Heavy Recoil Club, excellent Discord, and that is something you can do to help you out there. You're welcome. So that's that. Oh, and mag pulls, you put them onto the magazine, and therefore if you have like them in a pouch or something, then they are easier to pull out. It's entirely an ergonomic thing, and it doesn't add any extra weight. It can just be helpful. It depends on what kind of pouches you use and all that kind of thing, but generally, yeah, they're beneficial. Also, with these, because you fill the mags in the back here rather than down the bottom here, so you don't have to worry about cutting the tabs off or anything like that. You can just have them as they are and it works fine. With MWS magazines, for example, you can't really reliably have full mag pulls. No, I do have... Oh, no. I do have a magazine with like half a mag pull on it somewhere, but I actually took them all off recently. Like a year ago, sure, recently. The bar that comes over to pull obstructs your gas fill valve, so it's problematic. You can chop them in half and then still have the look, and then you just grab them and then you can push them out the way for the gas, or you can chop them off and still have the traction you would need from the rubber that's left. But obviously it's not as ideal a solution as something like the G3 can present to you, where the magazine fill valve is in the back of the magazine, so it would be right here instead of right here. And there are AR-15s type magazines that do that as well. I want to say the VFC magazines do. I don't remember though. I don't have a VFC AR yet. Perhaps. We'll see. But yeah, G3 builds, awesome. Service rifle builds, awesome. Very, very nice build. I'm curious about the magnifier and the eye relief, because this looks like it works, and when I put optics on my G3 it didn't really work to the same level that this looks like it would. I had to really kind of sort of crunch in to get to that ACOG that I put on mine, because the stock was so long. But this looks like it works very well, and this looks like an excellently put together setup. Well done. You see right under the upper valve. Yeah, cool. So that'll be there then, and that is really the best place. Well, it's the best place for them for that kind of thing. And then, you know, if you drop it on dirt or whatever, then there's no dirt to get up into there. There is potentially, so this is where it kind of gets beyond my knowledge, but because you are filling with liquid, I believe there can be an issue with overfilling, underfilling, all that kind of thing, but I'm not sure if that's more of an issue if it's here, or if it's more an issue if it's here. I know with MWS magazines you're supposed to fill them at a slight angle, or is it that way? I think it's either way. So I'm not sure whether one is better than the other in that regard, but yes, for ergonomics and usage and all that kind of thing, it's absolutely better for the fill valve to be up the back here, whereas that is not the case on standard MWS magazines. Now let's have a look at the next build. I guess we'll bring it up and just make it bigger. Wilson Combat Vickers Elite 1911, obviously. TM MEU, cool start, with Nova Wilson Combat Kit, aluminium sliding frame, all other parts steel. Wilson Combat Coco Bolo, okay. Starburst grips and Volanti PBU, that is a blowback unit. So, I mean, that is a very well put together 1911, isn't it? Right, so for starters, Nova, otherwise known as Bomber, they're basically the same thing. They do steel kits and they do aluminium kits for various guns. Now, this is Minkle, right? I think from the profile picture. Can you just tell me that? Whatever, dude. I think it's Minkle. Yeah, I have a VFC 1911, but I haven't actually gotten the chance to use it yet. One day. So, Bomber, Nova, etc. They do steel kits and they do aluminium kits. Yeah, that's you. Okay, cool. This is absolutely the right way to go about it in getting aluminium kit with steel controls, because then you have all the good feel but none of the efficiency issues, and the aluminium looks 99% as good as the steel. It wears in ever so slightly differently, but there's no reason to know, there's no way of noticing, there's no reason to care. The aluminium kits are just better. I have lived that experience with the Glock. So I have a VSC Glock 19 Gen 4 that I originally got a Nova steel slide for, and hey, it looks brilliant, it looks fantastic. The weight of it feels really good, and when shooting in sort of room temperature and up conditions, it feels great. But in gameplay, it does slow down noticeably, not necessarily to the point of it being a problem very often, unless it is quite cold. But one, it does slow down more than you would expect any other slide to do, and two, the fact that it is slowing it down kind of feels a bit underwhelming in a sense. Plus, I've also noticed that sure, I do notice the recoil difference between, say, a plastic slide and a metal slide of some variety, but when shooting in a game, I do not personally notice a difference between an aluminium slide recoil and a steel slide recoil. There is a difference. There is absolutely a huge difference between them. And if you're shooting just in the comfort of your own home, then yes, the steel does feel like a lot more recoil. But when you're playing, you don't notice it. You really don't. So after trying steel kits, after trying aluminium kits, I 100% believe that the aluminium kits are the way to go. So excellent choice here. Now, the grip, it looks really good. I'm typically not a fan of the Wilson Combat sort of Starburst design. Is it Starburst they call it? Yeah, Starburst. Which is unfortunate, because that is a lot of Wilson Combat's identity, that they love that Starburst. I have a steel Nova Staccato, and it performs decently in good weather, but I'd never bother on a single stack. Yes, also a good point. We'll cover that. Yeah, that grip looks really nice. I assume that's like lacquered. Is it lacquered, would they call it? But that looks very, very nice indeed. So, forgot to push the drawing. Single stack versus double stack magazines for gas efficiency. With a double stack magazine, there are more bullets in it, obviously. However, a bullet is larger than a BB. Therefore, if you have a magazine that has sort of bigger bullets in it, or more space for bullets, such as double stacks, where they're using up a bit more space, your BB to gas ratio becomes much more beneficial to airsoft. So, for example, here with a single stack 1911 magazine in airsoft, you can fit 12-15 shots in there, sometimes more. But fitting the gas in there for that can be quite difficult. You can load 7 BBs in and then be better off that way. But people typically don't, and I understand why they don't. Because 7 is not a very high number. Whereas with a double stack magazine, you can get those up to like 28 shots for BBs, and 26 BBs in a single stack magazine. I guess that makes sense. So, what I'm asking there is a single stack 1911 magazine single stack in airsoft. Like, are the BBs single stack? That's what I'm curious about when you say that. 31 on cap mag. So yes, that is what you're saying. Yeah. So if you think about a single stack being very slim, my neck, being very slim and holding 26 BBs, or you can have a high kappa magazine, so a double stack 1911 magazine that's like double stack of BBs. Yes. Okay. Cool. Thought so. That's like, I mean, what would that be for gas volume? Like 3 times the size of gas, and only like 5 more BBs. It's so much more beneficial from an efficiency perspective to use a double stack 1911. But if you want a single stack 1911, then this is obviously more beneficial. I do have, so I have a double stack 1911. I have a staccato as well. I have the T8 one. I really like it, but I need a holster for it at some point. When budget allows. When I had my bookmarks visible earlier, you saw a load of ViperTech stuff for like sim racing, so that's probably my next dent in the budget, but we'll see. Yes, I do also have a 1911 as well, so I have the VFC 1911 because it's cheap and it gets kind of close to the look of this kind of thing, with your standard 90s-ish kind of 90s to, well, Wilson Combat, that's a bit later than that, isn't it? But yeah, 90s, 2000s style 1911, and it gets close to that for a much lower price. But yeah, you can fit a lot of BBs in and not a lot of gas because of that single stack magazine design, whereas the BBs are still double stack. There's actually it's a general thing that bigger bullets make for better gas capacity for airsoft. So the VFC AK is another very good example of that. Fat bullets, a lot of spring room means very, very large gas capacity potential, so you can have a good time with that. I'll just have a quick look, through the future stuff, make sure no one's posting anything that shouldn't be. Alright, cool. Yeah, no, excellent choice with all this. This looks good. Having that many BBs but then not a lot of gas capacity does mean that I would probably underload the magazines by quite a lot and then take more magazines, but I don't know if this is for play or if it's for collection, because for example I'm not seeing a whole lot of wear here where we would expect to see the slide release lever pressing up if it's firing on an empty magazine. So I'm inclined to believe that this is a collector's piece. I assume. Could be wrong. Build all of them. Okay. Well, that is holding up very well then to use, because that is looking absolutely fantastic. One issue, actually, Minkle, perhaps you can help me. So one issue that I can occasionally have, TM 1911, it have an internal slide clip. Oh, that's cool. So I've heard SRC have started doing that with Glocks, but I don't want an SRC Glock because I don't want an SRC Glock. But obviously Glocks really, really suffer from that, from the slide wearing down, because it's a thinner piece of metal than on a 1911, for example. Oh, that makes me want a TM 1911 now. That makes me want one a lot, actually. What I would want is the MEU, so what you actually started with. But anyway, right. What was I saying? Oh no. Yes, the problem I've had with my staccato is this slide release lever. So this can, so let's say the gun is empty, I rack the slide back, I lock it. Now the slide is locked. If I then rack it, I expect the slide to drop. I expect the lever to drop because of this detent pin pushing it down, and then the slide can be released. But it doesn't consistently do that, so there's a problem in this friction surface between this detent plunger and this slide release lever, and this is something that I've struggled with. I've tried like very, very light polishing, I've tried very thin grease, but that's something that I struggle to get reliable on my staccato, so I am open to feedback on that kind of thing. Newer TMs have the same. I'll try to get a picture. Oh my god, yeah, that would be appreciated if you could pop that somewhere and then tag me in it. Wherever you post it, I'll probably see it because I apparently have no life. But yeah, I'm curious as to how those work. But yeah, excellent build. Steel controls, good. Aluminium kit, good. It is just resurface, wiggle it fit. Yeah, that's what I've been doing, and it hasn't. I mean, it works for a while and then it stops, and then it stops working like after a few weeks. So I don't know. I'll figure out. But yeah, excellent 1911 build. The grips in particular look absolutely fantastic. Very, very nicely done. On the subject of TM 1911s, Minkle, I would be curious what kind of weight that can lift, what kind of weight you can lift out of that, because just on a general note of curiosity. Now, while we're doing that, let's move on to our next build. Oh, this is a URGI with no information on it, so let's just bring this up full screen. Okay, again, we can either have it really big or just not very big at all. Right, it is a URGI. So we've got, is that gas? That looks like gas. The receiver, so this is a thing that you can see with URGIs in deployment. 3 2s out of the box, max. Fair dues. Alright, cool. This is something that you've seen in US SOCOM history. It's something you saw when coming into the Block 2 program as well, where the gun will be painted, but then an upgrade package comes along and it includes new upper receivers, and so we get a replacement there. You will also have a situation where the gun is painted, but the deployment package consists of 2 upper receivers, long and a short, and so if you're using the one that doesn't have paint on it, then you end up with a 2-tone look like this. So that's the historical reason why you have that. Some people have selectively masked out like a lower receiver and just painted the lower receiver alone, or painted the upper receiver like to intentionally get the 2-tone look. Whether that's the case here or not, no idea. But it does look, well, it definitely has come off of something else, because we can see like the sling plate here, the buffer, castle nut, etc. It gives me shivers, we'll get to that. But none of this stuff is painted, so we can tell that this is off of a previous build, but hey, looks alright. HRF type, is it HRF? I think it's HRF type, you know, extended magwell type thing. I need to try one of these out at some point, because it does seem beneficial. But it's one of those things of the upgrade part is quite expensive when I have a 3D printer right there and I could just design my own that would just work for me, and it's but then I can't quite be bothered to design my own, all that kind of thing. But yeah, extended magwell, fine. Standard day 2 pistol grip, fine. This looks, I mean, it looks like it's trying to be a CTR, but is that really a CTR? It looks really bulky. But is it just because it's got stuff hanging off of it? That's hard to tell. But it's a CTR type thing, fine, with the big old butt pad on it, fine. Paracord off of it for paracord off it for mounting the sling. So presumably that's like a HK clip again. Fine. CQD sling plate. They're very popular. The only issue is, if you have, I think G&G makes those. This stock, yes, I'm inclined to agree, but I think they do the locking a bit differently. I'm not sure. The CQD sling plates, the issue with these, because I've noticed the sling mount back here, or the sling paracord, I guess, back there. If you do sling paracord, whatever, back here, if you sling mount here, and then sling mount up the front here, either on this little QD or whatever, this becomes a bit problematic, because you have, they'll be like that. You have the sling mount in the middle, so this, with a little spike in it. So look at, that's kind of, you know, it's kind of spiky. Well, that's if you're a left-handed shooter, where I'm the wrong way around. This, still edgy, like, that'd be digging into your chest, because you have a lot of force up here holding the gun, and a lot of force down there holding the gun, and the end result is that this sling plate pushes into you. If you have a chest rig on, fine. If you have mags on those chest rigs, then it's just gonna scratch it all up. And if you don't have a chest rig, then it's quite uncomfortable to do that. So I would assume that this person runs this in a manner that is working for them. Otherwise, this would be very, very uncomfortable. Stock, yes. I have seen G&G stocks of a bulky variety like this, but I didn't think they had the locking portion like this. I could be wrong. But yeah, could be. Right, standard charging handle. That looks like a Knight's Armament front sight. on the rear of the gun, but it has like a different shelf underneath that, so... Oh, no, that's part of the thing. Is that a front sight on the rear of the gun? I really hope... I'm going to hope that that's not a front sight on the rear of the gun. However, it does look very similar to that. How... Oh, I can get pretty close. That does look a lot like that, doesn't it? But I'm going to hope, for their benefit, I'm going to hope that that's not what that is. Because that would be a bit silly if it's got a front sight on the rear of the gun. Right, standing Charlie handle, forward assist, blah blah blah, yep. Hydra. Right. Typically, Hydras are rarely necessary. If we... Well, I guess we'll cover everything that we've got, because Hydras are made to solve like a holistic problem rather than individual bits, and so let's cover what we've got otherwise going on first. Geisley type rail, this is a reproduction, looks like, from the colour. That is the Magpul style QD thing here, which is just a loop for HK clip or whatever, even though we've got QD slots here. So presumably this user uses the HK clips and prefers the HK clips rather than the QD things. Fair enough. Then we've got a bit of cable management stuff going on. Unity style of double pressure pad going into a single light. But this is a double pressure pad, isn't it? So maybe... Excuse me. Not sure. There might be like a laser on the other side that's justifying the second cable. We can see a second cable. Or is that... The hell is this? So it looks very much... So if we cover, it's going around, it's going under, it's going through into the cable management thing. It's going up, it's going down because it comes out here, it comes out through here, around, and up to the front of the light. You can get that one for a single item. Okay, fair, but this has two cables. And the other cable goes wee out to the front of the light. What the hell is that? Is that can't... There's no pressure pad activated filter or something that I'm not aware of, is there? What the hell is that? Okay, I don't know. So, if anyone knows, tell me. But, sure, we'll move on, I guess. Arasaka style of scout mount to get that out a little bit. Can't explain that front bit. Yeah, me neither. From a mechanicals perspective, you could mount this a bit further forward if you wanted to really get this out ahead of the... It's a lens cap on elastic. See, that part makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. But then, where is this second cable going? Because it really looks like it comes up, and then it comes down, and then it's there. That's what that looks like, right? That's only one cable for light split. Yeah, that's here, though. That's that one. Oh, no, you're right. Yes, okay, right, I understand. So, pressure pad goes round, single cable, as Sky said, then comes down. So this top one is from the pressure pad in here, and then clipped in for cable management, turns around, then goes into... Oh, then, yes, it's folded. You're absolutely right. That took me a sec, because this does line up with that, and then this is actually just elastic for that. Right, mystery solved. Good job, guys. Flippin' heck. Right, mechanically we could technically mount this a little bit further out on this scout mount. However, Arasaka itself has said, hey, please don't do that. So, fine, whatever. They recommend mounting it exactly here, so sure, whatever. Arasaka also, by the way, not really good enough on their M-lock mounting solutions. So, if we have... I'm trying to brain. Let's say this is our M-lock nut, right? So that nut goes in and screw tightens until we reach a point of tension, and then bloop, it locks. Fine. Over time we have vibrations and loosening of the screw, and over time that becomes loose enough that the nut can move. Okay, on Picatinny it can loosen, you can have wobble until eventually, after hundreds of hours of it being really obviously wobbling, sure, it can fall off. On an M-lock, it just has to turn 90 degrees of that nut in order for it to fall off. And that's why you see so many clips of M-lock attachments just falling off while firing, because the amount of force, the amount of movement required for them to fail is so small compared to Picatinny. I'm going to stop hating on M-lock, I swear. I'm now done. Did the same on mine as well. Okay, fair enough. I wonder, like, can it fold like that? Like, reliably? Like, that's a kind of severe, right? Anyway, if it works, it works. Then lens cap for either filtering or kill flash or whatever, all that kind of thing. Suppressor, no idea if this is functional in tracer units or smoke, whatever, all that kind of stuff. But sure, suppressor. And then we have angular type stuff here to save your wrist. Oh, we were going to cover the Hydra as well, weren't we? So, realistically speaking, you could very easily take this OGL laser type thing, plop it on the front of the gun. Okay, cool. So in doing that, you'd have to bring the pressure pad back a bit. Oh no, terrible. Fine. Take it back a bit. All right. And then if you took that back a bit, then hey, you might have a problem with the grip. Okay, terrible, but fine. You can change it to like a vertical type grip to ease up the pressure on that wrist. This probably wouldn't fit. Well, it may fit, it might not, alongside your OGL. If it doesn't, unfortunate, just move it to the 3 o'clock. It's fine, no biggie. It's not going to get in the way of your fingers. It's fine. And then seemingly all of your reasons for using a Hydra mount are no longer valid, I guess. This is one of those situations where, sure, this Hydra is necessary to make this setup work, but this setup isn't necessary to make the gun work. So it's another one of those situations where I do not see a valid justification for a Hydra mount. Sure. Then we have some sort of T1, T2 type thing up here. This is a T2 type thing, but I don't think that's a... I mean, it won't be a genuine T2. But yeah, whatever it is, it's a dot. Usually these, the reproductions of them, or whatever, they're usually fine enough for Airsoft, so fair enough. Can't see a front sight on here. Presumably we have a front sight, so I had a look at these. You can actually co-witness through these, I think. And we do have, I would hope, a rear sight here, and not just a front sight, but we'll see. Which means you probably have a front sight out here, at least I would hope so. If you do have that, if that is the case, then that does cause issues with the OGL. So you have people mounting the front sight further back, or they mount the OGL further back, and there's all kinds of other solutions that you can do for that. It's a URGI. Yeah, I've seen setups very similar to this in the hands of US troops, including the Hydra type thing. So it might be a direct clone of something like that, maybe, or at least a near direct clone. It's a setup that works, presuming you have a front sight. But yeah, there are probably better ways of doing what you're doing. Probably. But yeah, on the face of it, it's a URGI. Fair enough. Now let's bring that over again, like that. And we'll have a look down. I've been tagged. I'm going to check that on my phone before I take that on the stream. Oh, there's been more builds, a lot more builds. Oh god. It's going to be another 6-hour stream or something. Oh, right, cool, yeah, just getting tagged by Dej. Getting tagged by Dej. Right. Mark 18. Love a Mark 18, I do. So this has apparently started life. It's apparently started. Oh, hang on for grip suppressor. Yeah, so this is a Tokyo Marui Mark 18 rather than a Tokyo Marui MWS that has been made into a Mark 18. The reason that's relevant is because the barrel nut of these are a pain in the ass on the Tokyo Marui by standard. You need a special tool to like go all the way through the handguard and like torque it from a distance, and then even with specialized tools there have been instances of people breaking receivers, breaking barrel nuts, having quite severe damage issues trying to get these handguards off of Tokyo Marui Mark 18s specifically. So generally I have a video on this, but I don't want to simp for myself too much. But I do have a video on Tokyo Marui Mark 18 and how I built out mine personally. And I've done it slightly differently to prevent those issues. But nevertheless, this is what we have here. So dual pressure switch, that's this part here. And that is... The rubber band looks a bit odd, but it does the job. Surefire Scout Light replica, yeah, no markings, but that's fine. If you don't care, you don't care. Mall laser... No. That's... Is there a version of the mall that looks like that? That looks like a... Is it an Engal? Do I have my Engal around here? Maybe I'm getting gaslit here, guys. Does this look like a mall to anyone else? You made me buy the mag light, so I'm going to tag you. Did I make you buy the... Right, mall laser. I'm not aware of a mall that looks like that. Yeah, they all look very mall-y to me. That's not a mall. Alright, it looks like Engal of some kind, but whatever. EOTech, EXPS, and G33 magnifier. No, it isn't. Is it? Is it? Yeah, that's an Engal. After I say your old build, yeah, look, that's not my fault. Alright, that's not my fault at all. So, EOTech, EXPS, just okay, EXPS. I'm not aware of an EOTech EXPS. And neither is Google. Okay, so I think maybe this is, oh no, EXPS. Oh, what the hell is this? No, that's not an EXPS, that's an EXPS 2. Okay, I have never heard of an EOTech EXPS, and that doesn't look like an EOTech. So I'm inclined to believe that maybe these are reproductions or something. This is a little bit definitely an Engal clone, especially with no stickers. Yeah, so usually we'd have a sticker here, I believe, for that. Oh, here and here, I think. I'm inclined to believe that these are clones as well. The reason that I'm getting a bit particular about whether these are clones... Oh, my webcam is like... Oh dear, I'm very white. I'm normal. Apart from my forehead. Wow, I could be a lighthouse. The reason I'm getting particular about this is because clone EOTechs are fine if you don't put a magnifier behind them. The glass isn't really good enough on clone EOTechs to use with a magnifier because you are just magnifying shitness and you end up looking through it and it's like... What? Yeah. The magnification doesn't actually... Should have an EOTech logo on the side there. Not necessarily. That's... Okay, well that's... that is painted so severely that you wouldn't be able to see it anyway. Where is my other one? There it is. So, as an example... Bloop. So that's the side of that. And this is a genuine EOTech EXPS 3. with a very large caveat in that this hood isn't actually genuine. So I have swapped this for a Holy Warrior hood, but because I was putting one next to the other and I genuinely couldn't really tell the difference apart from some colour differences, I couldn't tell the difference between the hoods, so I swapped the mil-spec style hood onto the genuine EOTech EXPS3. Either way, no markings on the side there for that. So not necessarily a statement of whether it is genuine or not. But anyway, the gold ring there, that's also unusual. I don't. Yeah, I'm generally skeptical over whether that is a EOTech, as they say. The reproductions. The glass is passable if you are not putting it through a magnifier. If you do put it through a magnifier, then the magnification doesn't actually help in identifying people. And, you know, say the kind of stuff they use magnification for in Airsoft is like looking through trees and bush and anything. Oh, was that movement? You know, what colour armband or whatever friend or foe stuff has he got on? That is what you generally use magnification for in Airsoft, but if you are magnifying through terrible glass, then it doesn't actually really benefit you in that regard. Excuse me. Right, the camera is going all kinds of wonky with the light because it is actually quite dark in here. So I will be back in 20 seconds and I'm just going to sort the lights out. Back in a sec. Alrighty. Oh, that's horrendous. Let's sort the white balance out. Oh, There you go. Okay, sort the brightness out. There we go. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Right. So yeah, reproduction EOTechs are okay as long as you're not putting a magnifier behind them. Is there an EOTech logo on the XPS? On the G33? No. Interesting. Yeah, probably reproduction. That's fine. Blue Force gear, Vickers Sling. I haven't tried the Vickers Sling, but they are clone correct for a large period of history. So I'm interested in trying them at some point. The trouble is they are so expensive, despite the fact they're like 20 years old by this point, and I don't want to spend that kind of money on a historical product. ASG B&T QD suppressor. Bloop. So this is the Rotex 5, maybe. I believe these. Well, I've heard a rumor that these are made by VFC secretly, but I don't know if that's actually true. I've been wanting one of the old Rotex 3s. I was considering getting one for so long, but it was before I really had the budget for it, and so they went out of stock. Now they're discontinued. I missed out. Unfortunate. But yeah, this is the later one, the Rotex 5, I think it is. And yep, fair enough. PTS foregrip. Yep. PTS handguard. Oh, PTS handguard. Hey? PTS don't make a Mark 18 Wrist 2 handguard, do they? Back to Google we go. Right, we'll search for PTS Mark 18 handguard. No, they do not. Okay, we'll try Wrist 2. Wrist 2. Oh, that's misspelled that. PTS, not PRS. No mention of it there. We'll search again for Mark 18 because I misspelled it earlier. No, PTS does not make a handguard like that. So something's not right there. Whatever. Yeah, Wrist 2s are cool. Either way. But Daniel defense stock. So Daniel Defense stock, I have not tried the Daniel Defense stock because again they don't quite have the historical significance behind them yet for me to be interested in them. There's an EMG one, yeah, there's an EMG one, there's the Madball one, there's the... Shit, I was literally just looking at them. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, the EMG one though is typically very golden, and that isn't. That colouring actually looks alright. Not sure. Yeah, I haven't tried one of these myself, but they do look interesting. One thing to note on these, the quite severe angle of them. So, it's not a straight angle of the shoulder, it's a ramp, I guess. And this facilitates you having the stock sit a little bit higher up on your shoulder. If you have a concave stock, no, we don't have any CTRs with a normal butt pad on, but if you have a concave stock that bows inward, then it wants to be in that crook of your shoulder, which, hey, sure, that's beneficial, but sorry, I'm burping today, but it does mean that you need to crunch down to get into your optic, unless you have a riser or stuff like that. Whereas something like this more readily facilitates that stock sitting up a little bit higher, and therefore, you know, heads upright posture, blah 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 blah, is more beneficial towards that. So, good design. Not something I've tried yet myself, but they are popular. So hey, decent. Guns modified PMag. I want to try one of these at some point, but I would want one with the proper markings, and they're not too easy to get a hold of. And from what I hear, you can't use the standard speed loaders for them. So if I alright, so this would work because it has the VFC style speed loader on it. If I put that in front of me, then you can see that there, with a top-down way of getting into the magazine, loading those BBs. From what I've heard, it would not work if I pulled over the adapter part that we usually use for W magazines, TM magazines, etc, etc, etc. Because I use that for my MWS magazines, I don't want to have one loader for all of my MWS magazines and then another for the one Guns Modified PMag that I'm testing out. So, plus I also have retro MWSs as well. Things like the Mark 8, the Mark 12. Don't know why I got that wrong. The Mark 12, the 90s Delta Carbine. Both of those actually are loaded up tomorrow, but loaded up ready for tomorrow. That obviously would not work with a Guns Modified PMag, whereas these work with absolutely everything, and so they are more worth the money for me. But they do look very cool, the Guns Modified PMags, so maybe I'll try it one day. Overall, black and tan is a good look. That's a different pistol grip, you haven't mentioned that. Maybe the PTS is the pistol grip rather than the handguard. Ah, that makes sense because it's a Mark 18, which means this is the Mark 18. But then, okay, I would imagine they've just gotten mixed up between the handguard and the pistol grip. So, PTS pistol grip, fine. It looks about the same angle as the A2, but it does have the tang a bit further back and a bit further up. The tang is this part where the web comes over the web, so the crook there is a little bit further back, a little bit higher up, suits bigger hands a little bit better, and also does not have the nub. Some people get very particular about the nub, and so they want a grip that doesn't have the nub. Fair enough. Personally, it works fine for me. What the hell have you done there? Not the greatest masking job there, but that's not what we're here for. Yeah, CQD sling plate, so this is probably a Mark 18. Mark 18 from the shop, I should say. Yeah, decent, modern Mark 18 setup, with the Engal and all that. Mark 18s are good. If it's reproduction EOTech, then you're hobbling yourself slightly, because the magnification tends not to help too much. But, hey, I mean, you're probably aware of that already. One thing you can do, and one thing that I did when I was using a reproduction EOTech, was I would have it kept off to the side like that, and I would cant the gun over to look through the magnifier and look through the magnifier alone, not having the EOTech, the actual sight obstructing with the glass, because that's basically what it was doing. So I would just use the magnifier on its own with the rifle canted over in order to do whatever, you know, oh, is that a person moving there, what colour armband has he got on, can I see an armband, etc, etc. So that's what I did there, and that can be a workable solution for you if you don't want to either shell out a ridiculous amount of money for an EOTech EXPS3, which is not that great a sight anyway, in my opinion. Well, no, I mean, as a sight, it's okay, but if it breaks, then you can't get it fixed on warranty, blah, 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 blah. You're better off getting a dot like that if you want to go that route, or just do what you're doing and cant over the gun to use the magnifier in its flipped over state if you're having trouble with optical clarity. Otherwise, decent Block 2 build for the Mark 18. Block 2 applies to the short one and the long one. They are the same. It's okay. We can call them a Block 2. Yeah. Block 2 builds, always good time. Good. Next. VFC HK 416 A5 GBB. That suppressor does indeed look like it's bent. That suppressor really looks like it's bent. Let's check the other one. Are you sure your suppressor isn't bent? Line that up. I think your suppressor might be bent. Typically, so the typical reason that something can look bent without being bent is, you know, fisheye distortion of the lens of the camera. But then you would expect to see that in the stock as well on both of these, whereas we're not. But that's that. Okay, we'll look at that properly in a minute, but I am going to take a little 5-minute break and, well, go to the toilet. So, I will be back in 5 minutes, and I shall see you guys in a bit. Back in a bit. Hello again. Right. All refreshed. Fresh water. Life is good. Should we have some chocolate? Can I have some chocolate? Have I eaten all my chocolate? Where's my chocolate? I thought I had chocolate. I did have chocolate though. Where's the chocolate? No. Where's... Oh, that's... Oh no, I finished it early today. Oh, that's unfortunate. I have other chocolate, but it's not the button, so I can't just chomp them on stream. A bottle of water. It's my bottle of water. Right? I don't want to hear it, right? It's my bottle of water. It's not my chocolate. Bitch. Love the elevator race music. Yeah. I'm proud of that. I made that myself. Almost all of the music on this channel, apart from one video song, was made by myself. I use Waveform, this program, along with a few other bits that they like plug into it. It's good times. I enjoy that. And then I have a little a keyboard. You don't need one of those to do music stuff on a computer, but it does help and make things a bit more convenient. Right. 416 from Stuka. Right. So, yes, that suppressor looks bent. Oh god, too many pixels. Yeah, I think there's an optical illusion. I hope that... Whatever. You know what? If it's bent, you'll know, because you won't be able to shoot out of it. Right. G33 type magnifier. This is absolutely, yeah, reproduction EOTech. And then also one of these acrylic style, excuse me, of protectors. Knowledgeable in Airsoft firearms. Hey, YouTuber. Good look. Hey. Swiss Army knife there. Thank you. I'm a naturally curious person, and I'm gifted with being a fast learner. So that over time results in learning things. It's good. So yeah, acrylic lens protector, reproduction holosight, and then the fact that the reproduction is. The fact that the magnifier is a reproduction is neither here nor there really, because the glass quality on these tends to be passable. But you're really kind of hurting your optical clarity looking through here. That's the first thing I've noticed. But hey, if that's the choice you want to make, then that's the choice you want to make. Your choice. One thing to note, however, these are made of acrylic and not polycarbonate. So, do I have... Oh, that's mirror. That is also mirror. Yep. No. Okay. You can buy sheets of polycarbonate off of eBay. So you would want 2mm polycarbonate. 3mm is fine, okay, but 2mm is perfectly fine. Oh, I have a ping on the Tokyo Marui Discord. If you're a fan of Tokyo Marui gas blowback stuff, then the Tokyo Marui gas blowback Discord is a good place to be because it has lots of good information. Now, who... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm so good with my hands today. Oh, that's really under there. For God's sake. Alright, give me a minute. Gross. Alright, got the phone. What? Sort my little hot water bottle out that I'm using for back support at the moment. I have bad joints, so I have to be careful of the lower back. Then let's get some goopy soapy wipes. Can I get this open, please? Fuck it. Where's the opening? Oh, there. Right. One of them. This is absolutely me being overly particular about cleanliness, but I used to be TM shill. No, I'm not good with my hands, that's the point. I used to be a carer for someone with a lot of issues, and they made me very paranoid about cleanliness. So, get rid of that, sort the hands out, and there we go. Right, where were we? I had something, oh that was that. Oh yeah, because I got today a CQD sling plate, as I showed earlier, from FMA. Completely forgot that I already had one of these from Angry Gun already, but the markings on them are absolutely terrible. There's like loads of spelling mistakes there. Whatever. Right. Yeah, you can get polycarbonate off of being defeated by a piece of bag live on stream. I really fucking was. You can get polycarbonate. 2mm polycarbonate is absolutely fine. Then you get a Dremel or a saw. And you can just cut that to size, and it's just 2 little screw holes there that screws that onto there. So you don't need to have a system like this that just breaks, because these do break if they get shot. Flipping heck, I'm so burpy today. These do break if they get shot, whereas polycarbonate will not. So worth a thought. If you do want to go this route, then just bear in mind that the polycarbonate ones don't break. You can make one yourself. It's super cheap. Worth a thought. So EOTech 551, 552, whatever type clone, fine. G33 type magnifier. My guy, you've got, and he's, oh, this is strange. What kind of neck have you got, dude? Okay. Let's give the context of this. These G33 magnifiers, they have a very short eye relief. So my perfect eye relief here is there, and this is actually quite a lot longer than these kinds of reproductions here, because this is a genuine one. They have some extra little tricks in there to make it slightly longer and give you a slightly bigger eye box. Eye box is where you can be sort of in that regard, rather than eye relief, which is your ideal distance from it in this regard. Don't worry about it. That is really far forward, and the stock is really far back. What are you... I'm very curious to see how this guy shoots, because that just looks straight up strange. If it works for you, then I'm happy for you. But does this work for you? Does it really? This is odd. This is an odd one. Let's get the other picture up as well. Or is that? That's that. Okay. So, this whole sighting arrangement is strange. Let's just write that off for now. This is the... I think this is actually the BCM rather than the 416 one. Either way, like I say, they're very, very similar, so that's just fine either way. This looks kind of like a Magpul MOE type thing, but that doesn't look... I don't think that's what the MOE design actually is. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure what stock that is, but it's that kind of vibe. This is where we saw the concave nature, so we see how that bows inwards in order to try and be in the pocket, but it does also have that ramp, so overall it is angled this way. And so therefore, again, it does give you more comfort if you're mounting the stock higher up on your shoulder. Generally, when coming into a rifle optic, you have 4 points of reference. So what digs into your shoulder and where, what digs into your face and where, what digs into your hand and where, what digs into your hand and where. Right, 4 points. The main one really tends to be where it is on your shoulder and what's on your shoulder. You know, is it just this corner bit, is it this top bit, blah 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 blah. What goes into your shoulder and where it goes on your face, because that then defines how well you come into the sight. So if you're bloop, then well, that hasn't come into correct at all, but that is. So there's a very small difference there of what is correct and what is not. So when building up muscle memory, it is helpful to remember what those points of reference are. And it is helpful if the stock works to help you in that regard. So if you have a slight little angle there, then if you do want to mount that slightly higher up and have that be how your muscle memory is, which is a common thing if you don't have risers, then sure, having a little angle like that is absolutely beneficial. BCM-ish type foregrippy type thing. Some people mount them this way, some people mount them the other way. Depends what you want, depends where you want it. Alright. Pressure pad taped on, no biggie. If it does the job, it does the job. Suppressor, that does look very wonky. The fact that it's upside down, it's fine. It's just a product of how it's tightened and all that kind of thing. There's not really, there's often not a whole lot you can do about that kind of thing. So this side, fine. Oh, that's just that. This side. Oh, I don't recognise that logo. Fine, but it is a Surefire 300 of some kind. 300? Yeah, 300. Is that a cast? No, standard head. Oh, it's got the little ambidextrous slide release, bolt release. Yeah, decent. It's a 416. I do get tempted by the 416, and I probably would build out something a bit retro like this, but it is in the same realm of the MCX and the FAL and so many other things, the G3. Where if I let myself purchase to that level of wanting rather than this level of wanting, this is thousands of pounds right here, that if I want to buy things in this level, oh, Night Evolution, okay, fair enough. If I wanted to buy things in this sort of tier of want, that are like, you know, maybe 7 out of 10 wanting, 8 out of 10 wanting, I guess, then that would be very, very expensive for me. So I make an effort to restrain from that, and that's my version of being financially responsible. No further comments. So, yeah, mag. Oh, this is a so we were talking about earlier the magwell angle. This is a more severe magwell angle than our 416N build here. So this is based off a 416D. So that's the earlier version, and we don't see the ambidextrous bolt release here, and we do see this much more sort of almost perpendicular magwell angle, whereas on here this is a much more severe angle. This is much more in line with what we typically see of AR-15s, and this allows other magazines to go in, rather than the original 416D, where the Stanag magazines, this type, that look exactly the same as the HK magazines, these don't go in though. These will not go into that. I mean, this is an MWS magazine, but you get the idea. Whereas the later versions, apparently, have gone back to the AR-15 style angle, and that is presumably how they have resolved that. Ambidextrous bolt release, honestly, that's one of the main reasons I like the idea of a 416, and so I would want to get one of the later models, obviously. But again, if the only thing I want is an AR-15 with an ambidextrous bolt release, that is also historically accurate for blah blah blah, that's not really worth 500 or 600 quid for me, really, is it? That's not a good use of my money personally. But if I were to go into start again, and I liked the 416 more than Block 2, then hey, that's absolutely what I would have gone for. Otherwise, yep, 416 build. So the pressure pad is placed where it should be for using it. That all looks fine. This optic setup is very, very strange, very, very far forward, and also very, very, you've got a lot there that is impacting your clarity. That being said, the acrylic might not be noticeably impacting your clarity, because this clarity is so rubbish to begin with, because these often can be, especially when viewing through a magnifier. Like I said previously, if it's a reproduction EOTech site, then the magnification clarity is really bad. If you use them without a magnifier, it's not as bad, but generally they just don't hold up to that kind of use. And I'm curious about why it's so far forward and your stock so far back, because this just looks like a strange giraffe arrangement. Very odd. Otherwise, 416. Yep. Looks okay. I'm not sold on the suppressor. Oh, I guess that's the floor that's curved. I'm looking at the disparity here. So we have an angle here. Oh, God. Many pixels. So we can see here that the shadow is here, and then the shadow is here. So that is That wouldn't, no, that's not a disparity in the floor, that's a disparity in the gun because of the light. So the light is pushing that out, which is why we have that disparity there. Is that a further disparity there though? I mean, maybe the pressure pad's pushing out a little bit. I guess it would have to be. Hey, if the suppressor isn't straight, that's your problem. You can figure it out. You'll live. But yeah, 416. Cool. Oh. Additional pick of the OEM buffer broken in half. Oh dear. And the broken bolt carrier. Okay, so this is a VFC. Yeah, obviously. VFC with a GHK bolt in it. No, GHK buffer, sorry. Oh yeah, the buffers are... They're not really fully interchangeable, but I mean, it's a thing in a tube, right? As long as the thing's okay, as long as a thing fits in the tube, then it's fine. The only thing that you have to be careful of is that the buffer isn't so small that it allows the bolt to go too far back. Because if it goes too far back, then the bolt can impact the top of the lower receiver and cause problems then. This is more of a problem on the MWS platform than other platforms just because of the way it is designed, but it can be a problem on other platforms as well. With the MWS, what you have is this screw here will go back and hit the top of the lower receiver, so that is this part here, and it will impact that when firing if the bolt is allowed to go too far back, and that can be a problem. That's the wrong way round. Whoop. There we go. So that's why you want your buffer to be roughly the correct size, but it doesn't have to be like precise. As long as it fits, it's fine. Right. Yeah, next up, loose clone build with inspiration on second image, UKSF build from the Reptile House blog. Originally bought as second hand as shown in third. Oh dear, Yukara special. It is a block 2 for the pause, Force Recon. Yeah, okay, so I had a look through each of these last night just to make sure there wasn't any like you know, this is my build and it's got like, I don't know, flipping testicles in the background or whatever. And I saw this and I liked it so much that I bought the URGI extension rail, this rail here that makes it what it is. I've now bought one of those and it will be with me in a couple of days, so I blame you for that, 6mm. That is your fault. So what have we got here? So on the face of it, well, so it's a clone of a UKSF build, but generally the URGI extension, well, okay, what is the URGI extension? So typically this is a standard M4, as in this handguard, this bit of the handguard is just a standard M4A1 Picatinny handguard. But then we have this little extension bit here that adds on a little bit more Picatinny. And then gives it kind of like a Block 2 FSP look. The FSP is way too close, but I'm not allowed to handle it because we're on YouTube stream. YouTube stream doesn't like it. We're not going to touch it. But yeah, similar to a Block 2 FSP, but done in a different way. And we can tell because we can see the delta ring here that is holding on the handguard as normal. Whereas if it were an FSP RIS2, then it doesn't have that. It does it differently. Love the paint job on this, by the way. So, TM Picatinny handguard. Yep, standard. 3D printed URGI extension rail. Interesting, but if it works, it works, especially if it's painted. You're never going to notice, usually. 3D printed HRF magwell. Yep, cool. Reproduction ACOG, RMR, M600, and visible only PEC. Now running LPVO RMR setup as the ACOG didn't work well with full seal goggles. Yeah. Some goggles, if they come out from your eye quite a lot, it can be bulky enough that the short eye relief on a reproduction ACOG and a real ACOG can be problematic because you end up bumping into it a lot and it can be annoying. But yeah, that is, I mean, that just looks excellent really, doesn't it? Kill flash on everything. Yeah. Nozzle return, Jaeger pass, quantum rubber, and Waldo hop arm. Waldo hop arm? Okay, what does he make? Oh, gross. Still got the antiseptic wipes on it. Let's see. I assume this is going to be a Lalax design. Waldo hop arm. Yep, that is a Lalax design. So it's just a copy of the Lalax strike arm, which is a very good design. The Jaeger Rempass as well is a copy of someone else's design also. So yeah, basically the same as Lalax. Right, what have we got going on here then? Well, kill flashes generally. I'm not really a kill flash fan personally. I've said this before. The grilling on kill flashes is so much more aggressive than it needs to be, and it results in reducing the image clarity. Not really the clarity. Well, it does reduce contrast, but reducing the light transmission as well, so much that it's just not. It's not worth it. Why bother? If you have no kill flash on anything at all, then yes, it is possible over a period of 20 to 30 years that maybe one person moves in such a way that another person would see a reflection off of something glass of theirs. But you would not see this if you are in a defensive position because of how angles work, right? If you are facing a target, then there's no way that any angle can flash off of that, right? Because reflection angle is like they're not this, that doesn't go that's not how angles work, that's not how reflections work. Now in future, hey, it is absolutely possible theoretically to have some kind of light emitter, presumably in the infrared spectrum, or something not in the visible spectrum, that puts out a bright flash of light all around, and then you have cameras that have the ability to see in that visual spectrum, and then anything that is pointed at you reflects back at you, back at the cameras, and then the camera sees that optical glass. Sure, okay. Kill flash wouldn't help with that though, because that's not what a kill flash is meant to do. A kill flash is meant to reduce the angles at which light can reflect from. If we have some sort of theoretical system like that, then a direct reflection is still actually going to go through. So that doesn't work. Even if you try and account for some weird sci-fi technology that doesn't exist yet, kill flashes are still not that useful. So yeah, I'm not a kill flash fan personally, but each to their own. Yeah, so we've got HK clip into something there, whatever it is, it looks like it works. HK clip into paracord here, absolutely valid because this is an LMT Colt whatever waffle stock, and they don't have any provision for HK clip or QD whatever blah blah. They just don't have provision for that, so going into paracord there is totally fine. We have paracord front, we have paracord back and front, so it's no real issue that we're not directing into the paracord there. Fine. Rear sight up the front, like Canadian style. If you do need to use the iron sights, then you just chin off the ACOG, and then that works. It does still work with these out front like that. It's not ideal, of course, but it does still work. This has the, is that the LaRue mount? Hard to, I assume it's the LaRue mount because it's not visible on this side, but theoretically I guess you could flip the standard mount if you wanted to have the knobs on the other side, I guess. TA31 style optic, RMR. It's a very good pairing. I don't have the ability to do it on mine personally because it's the older style, but RMR on top of an ACOG is a very good pairing. But then kill flash on your RMR as well, it's just, why, Pressure pad is very far rear of your grip placement. That does look a bit odd. So typically, if we have a, let's pretend that we're left-handed. So if you have the back here, so this part of the hand, let's come back a bit. This part of the hand is this part of the grip. This part of the hand is this part of the grip. And then the thumb is kind of sort of over the top of the front bit there. So that would be here. But that's obviously not where the pressure pad is. We would have to go there in order to use the pressure pad, like, ow, that hurts. In order to use the pressure pad like that. That's a bit odd. I would assume that there's some sort of weirdly particular way that they've got of doing that. You wouldn't generally... Chris Costa C-clamps the air. Yes. You wouldn't generally want this kind of grip setup that far back. You would do something else. Something a bit like angled or vertical, etc, etc. So chances are he just likes this kind of grip setup, but also wants a pressure pad on top. Totally valid. But the FSP does get in the way, which is why we have preferences for flat top type builds, like the flat top wrist 2, which is my favourite handguard of all time. A PEC 15 type thing, I mean that's, well, alright, UHP type things, not a PEC 15, whatever. X600, M600, yep. With a little cap on it. If that's another kill flash, that'd be really funny. Some leafy bits and then some painty bits. Second pressure pad there. So we have pressure pads to both the PEC and the torch. Yes, I'm a massive fan of this paint job. Is this... I'm curious about this pressure pad. Typically... Oh god, how hard to... Okay, so, I'm wondering whether this guy is left-handed, basically. But I really don't think that he is because of the way that this sling is placed. But if he's not, then what is this pressure pad doing here? So there's two potentials here. We're going to flip for the sake of the thing. Either he's... So let's say he wants to use this pressure pad. Either he's coming up and around for a proper reach around to then get to that pressure pad like this, or he's coming way over the top with the thumb to get it like that, because neither hand placement is beneficial to this pressure pad being here unless you're left-handed, in which case it's this, then it's that. That makes sense. But if that makes sense, then why is the sling mounted on the opposite side? Odd. Odd. If it works, it works. But that's odd. So, paint job, fantastic. I assume this is like a sponge type arrangement that's like dabbed on. If I knew how to do this kind of paint job, then I would probably do this kind of paint job. And I very much prefer it to the reference that you've used here. Could be his canting rifle when using... I guess, but you still have to get over your nub, because this is the constant on switch of your Surefire. So this one is the momentary on, so you press it and it's on, you release it and it's off. This one is a button, you press it and it comes in and out, and then it's on, you press it again, turns off. You'd have to get over this nub to get to the pressure pad, so I don't know, that's odd. A2 pistol grip, flared mag roll, yep. Standard charging handle, yep. Yeah, paint job is just fantastic. If I knew how to do this kind of thing myself, then I would. It's got some leafy bits as well, just to break up the silhouette. It looks so good. Generally, so this is, I mean, the reference build is UK Special Forces apparently. Well, let's quickly look at what we've got here. So mod lighty-ish kind of thing. That's an FH556 suppressor, surefire base on a Millennium, that looks like. That's a UHP, ergo rail standard Knights armaments, flared magwell, that's an ergo grip, CTR stock, TA01 NSN, no, that is a TA01, but with an RMR. Oh, I don't know the NSN for whatever that is, but it's the standard British Special Forces one because they don't like fibre optic for some reason. And then cables and bits and bobs. I mean, the paint job is functional, but I don't like it. I don't like it compared to that. I prefer this. So I think that this is a lot better looking than that. So very, very nicely done. Damn, some people have really long arms. Yes. Yeah. Oh, okay. Military service rifle builds can be eclectic. And it's worth noting, it's worth remembering that military guys are often not gun guys. And so you can see very odd placements that we wouldn't otherwise assume is smart. For example, here we have a pressure pad under the far end of the gun. That's a little bit odd because to get to that you're having to come like grab the peck as well, which is a very bulky situation, and then this is only like cable tied in, so the pressure pad will be like moving, and we wouldn't generally consider this to be a smart thing to do, but here we are. So yeah, cloning military builds can be fun. It's just worth remembering. It's worth keeping in mind that not everyone's perfect. Well, no one's perfect, and so what we're trying to say, try and learn from other people's mistakes, I guess. Do what works for you. I'll go with that. But yeah, this is a very, very nice looking rifle. Love the paint scheme, love the parts choices, apart from the kill flashes. Very, very nicely done. Weird pressure pad though. Good. Also, we have the recoil pad here. This can be beneficial for if you're using like webbing, not really webbing as such, but some things it is very much beneficial to have a bit of rubber there rather than just the plain texturing of the LMT or Colt, whatever it is, stock. Because otherwise it's just plastic and it slips and it's kind of annoying. If you have a bit of rubber there, then it is much, much better. Yeah. Very, very nice, and presumably this is a slingster. Doesn't say, unless I am blind. No. Looks like a slingster. Looks like it works like a slingster. Slingsters are good. Good. Very, very nice build. Okay, the finale. Not the finale of the stream, don't worry. But the final rare arms build. So, we had a look at this. This was actually the first one that we looked at in our first stream. And now it is complete. So we'll go through this sort of a bit faster than others because we have covered this before. So that's all of our bits and bobs. Force receiver in 7075 aluminium, very, very nice. You're never going to have any trouble with that breaking really, because that is going to hold up very well against anything we can throw at it. Then we have all kind of lights and lasers. We've got the D-bow and our scope. This is an Evolution Gear ATACR. This is kind of main edition since we last saw it. Not the final of the stream. Good. No, not the finale of the stream. We have... Oh, that scroll bar is really small and we've got a lot to go apparently. We have been streaming for over 2.5 hours. So yep, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, main edition is the LPVO. We've covered the rest of the build on the previous stream, but yeah, LPVO, and it's up on a slightly higher mount, and therefore a cheek riser is there. We call it a cheek riser for historical reasons, I guess, but really if you don't have a cheek riser, then your issue is not that your cheek is too low, because you naturally, again, points of contact, muscle memory, etc., you will come in at the right height. Your problem is not that. Your problem is you're actually left and right, your left and right issue. So let's say if we have the stock here, where it usually goes, but then we want to go up higher, the problem is not height, because we can easily go like that. But as you'll notice from my voice changing, the problem is pressure. So if I keep the same pressure and then come over, see how my head changes and goes to the right a lot because of how the human head works. If your head is a brick, then you don't need to worry about that. But a cheek riser actually helps you keep your head centered on where the scope is, rather than actually keeping it rising, because you choose your height, but it's the pressure that defines how far left or right you are. And it's trainable either way, it really is. But the cheek riser helps because you can have more pressure and be centered. So that's why you do that. Yeah. Mach 16 type build. LPVO. Looks good. But we covered it in the last stream, so we're not going to go into full detail on this one today. Oh, had a problem. Yeah, HEIC. This is a problem that we have at work occasionally, because people have iPhones and then upload pictures and then they don't work. You have to be like a compatibility mode or something. Right. Oh, that looks good. So, GHK. Oh well. BCM MCMR. Sold it last year. Gameplay, yes. Build location, Taiwan. Fair. Custom built lower with BCM trademarks and Cerakoted. Okay. BCM 9-inch rail, replica. Okay, so we'll just assume that a lot of this is replica. That's absolutely fair enough. Gunfight grip, mod 3, stock mod 0. Okay, I haven't tried any of the BCM stocks yet. Handbrake, yeah, that's the this thing here. There's one of those, like, very, again, it's kind of low profile, going for the absolute minimum you can need, and low snag and all the rest of it. High speed, low drag, blah blah blah. Bad lever, so that is this part here, allowing for ambidextrous slide release. Why do I keep saying slide release? Bolt release. Extended charging handle. Do we have a oh, so it's an extended charging handle but not an ambidextrous charging handle, which makes me think Colt Canada? No, that's just a weird extra latch. That's not the L119 one. Interesting. Vortex Crossfire Gen 2 Genuine. Excellent choice of red dot. Very, very good. They are cheap. They have good warranty. They will last you a lifetime, or rather, they will last you for as long as Vortex exists. Because if you ever break it, they'll fix it. Simple. With Unity Riser, yep. Vortex Micro 3x magnifier, yep. Magnifiers. So with the cheap EOTechs, like I was saying, you don't really often want to use magnifiers behind them because the magnification ends up not really helping because of the clarity of the glass. These are absolutely good enough in clarity that magnifiers behind them are beneficial. And also, it's worth noting, reproduction aim points of this variety, specifically of the T1, T2 variety, their glass is also good enough to use with magnifiers. It is specifically reproduction EOTechs that are bad. So, Vortex magnifier, good. Sotec Modlight P-Hal HV2 with Haley Strategic Thorntail light mount, so that'll be on the other side. That is this thing here, which then pushes that out a little bit. Typically this is something you do to reduce shadow when using it behind a suppressor, which is exactly what he's doing here. So absolutely perfect use of the Thorntail there, doing exactly what it needs to do, getting that light out to be relevant still with the suppressor there, and reducing the shadow. Good. Unity hot button replica, so that is this big old thing here. That will be activating, how many cables have we got? Is that just the one? Yeah. Yeah. FMA Engal, yep. 5KU blue can. So the blue can is typically like a training aid, but of course because then the training pictures come out of these forces using it, people then see that as being cool as well, and so they go for clones of that kind of thing. Fair enough. Stock steel bolt, ViperTech NPAS nozzle. I have a ViperTech NPAS here. Ooh, it's got... Oh, that's really dusty. I haven't used this in so long because, one, they have... you need a specific security type of Allen key to use one of these, which is annoying because then you need to know where it is at all times. And two, for the MWS in particular, you have the FEDA concepts, the FEDA valve, F-E-D-A. Excellent valve, very good, and more consistent than the ViperTech. I'm sorry, excuse me. Guys decide vertical trigger, yeah, blade trigger, sure. I don't see the default trigger as being problematic enough to necessitate that kind of trigger, but people do like the look of them, so people go for them, fine. TNT hop unit with barrel, but sure. Not comparable to feta cheese, also not compatible with feta cheese. Unfortunately, if you put feta cheese inside a feta NPAS, the gun doesn't work. I have raised this with Federal. He has not responded to me yet, but we can try. We can try. So, generally, this kind of build looks very, very well put together. This is just excellent, basically, in every way. It's just good, you know. So grip angle is good, stock fine, the Unity riser type stuff fine. Grip is a little bit further forward than I would expect for that hot button, but presumably that's fine too. The fact that the hot button is only doing, now you tell me, I'm sorry Menko, I'm sorry mate. And next time you get one, don't put cheese in it. The fact that the hot button is only doing the torch is absolutely fine because those end gals have a button on top of them, and because they're so small it is not bulky really at all to just press the button on top and hold it while holding the end gal. Fine. Sling mounting, got a sling point there, that looks like the Magpul one again, so that's just a HK clip, and I assume that BCM has, yes, QD in the back. I'm not really a fan of this kind of tape, but it does cable management, fine, don't care. If it works, it works. Trigger, if it works for you, then it works. BCM grip, excellent angle, that's just... And then pushing the light out to where it should be perfectly. It is a well thought out, well put together build. Well done. That's all I can say really about that. There's nothing bad I can say about that really. I don't like the tape, but that's entirely subjective. Bad lever as well for your ambidextrous bolt release when reloading. Very ergonomic, very fast. It's just very nicely done. So, well done. Good job. Next. Scrolling. 10. Right, 3 from 10. Now, I don't know what each of these are. Well, that's a VFC, obviously. That looks like... I'm critiquing the metalwork. That looks like the steel of the VFC. But if I'm wrong, it would be very embarrassing for me. So I shall refrain from committing to it, but I think it's the VFC rather than WE. And then we have a Mark 18 of some variety here. Is that the Airsoft Artisan muzzle? That's really sad if I recognise that from the metal sheen. Oh no, mine's actually fitted at the moment, isn't it? Okay, so I guess we'll cover the Mark 18 first and then we'll move along. Yeah, let's do that, because, right. So, 4-prong muzzle brake, good. Torch that comes out to near enough where the muzzle brake is, good. Fine. On real builds, sometimes this can cause a problem where, like, the blast puts cordite onto the torch, then you have to clean it, it's a pain in the ass, blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Knight's helmet style of front sight. Fine, historically accurate to the build, all good. Typically you would have a pec here as well, but if you don't want to add the weight, then that's totally valid. Knight's helmet rail panels, Slightly more unusual for Mark 18s, but not completely unheard of. This is a reproduction here, but it does have the markings on it. Finding reproduction Knights Armament rail panels with markings is a bit tricky. I got lucky and found some myself, and as soon as I did find some, I bought a set of the tan ones, I bought a set of the black ones. I think I might have bought spares as well. Just snap them up, because it can be quite difficult. Well, tenders in Hong Kong. Outside of that, it can be quite difficult to find those. Fat old pressure pad here, a little bit bulky, but that's fine. Whatever. I've seen people critique pressure pads before and be like, "Oh, this one is very bulky, isn't it? There's better way." If it works for you, it works for you. It's fine. Reproduction EOTech, I imagine, because this gold looks a bit strange. Fine, because there's no magnifier behind it, so you don't really need the extra glass clarity. We also have the Guns Modify style of lens protector here, which does the job of protecting it. Again, that does affect image quality a little bit, but if you're not using it with a magnifier, then that's fine. Really, that's totally fine. Receiver looks stock. I can't tell if this is an MWS or something else. Can't tell. Standard A2 pistol grip, that is a Geisty style of charging handle. So again, ambidextrous charging handles, they're not necessarily necessary, but for historical accuracy, yes, it is historically viable for that to be on the Mark 18, so that's totally fine. CQD sling point, sling mount, fine. If it works for you, it works for you. Again, historically accurate for the Mark 18, so totally valid if that's, you know, the cloning thing that you're going for. And then finishing off in the Magpul stock with a CTR stock. Excellent stock, always a good choice. It is a good Mark 18. Nice. Next, VFC MP5, solid stock, surefire style handguard, the V-Light, whatever they call it. And that is the... oh, not the threaded barrel, so that's the standard barrel, fair enough. Well, threaded end, whatever. Yeah, MP5 with a very classic look to it. Always a good choice, can't go wrong with that. Love a good, well done MP5, and there's no need to do too much to an MP5 to make it look good. You can stay with the classics and still be totally good. FAL. Oh, I do want a FAL, but again, they're too expensive for me to justify personally. Is this the from this colouring, it makes me wonder if this is the DX as well, with the steel receiver. Not sure. It is missing the top cover for some reason, but that's neither here nor there. Aside from that, what else have we got going on? There's some tape, but I don't think that's anything more than cosmetic as far as I can see. That's all standard. Cool. Yeah, it's a FAL. FAL good. Yes. I want one, but I can't have one because I can't justify having one. But hey, maybe in future. We'll see. Yeah. Good choice, good choice, good choice. Good taste. Well done. Oh, we have Nacho Staccato. Right. So, this is something Nacho was building for a while. Because he wanted specifically the DVC. DVC? Yeah. DVC Omni Staccato. I think it's Omni Staccato. Or, well, was it? I don't know enough about staccato history. I'm not sure if they were called the staccato at this point. Apart from anything, it still has 2011 on it. So this might have been before the staccato was called the staccato. But anyway, Nacho wanted this particular one. So he built out this particular one with all of these parts. So, base gun, Tokyo Marui High Kappa 5.1, the classic. The High Kappa is not based on the 2011. It is based on the Para Ordnance. I want to say P14, but it's kind of a mishmash of different builds of that time. But the High Kappa from Tokyo Marui was originally based on the 45 ACP double stack design that came out, whereas the Staccato and STI 2011, of course, is on 9mm. So they're the same dimensionally. It's just a historical quirk. Gunsmith Bros DVC kit. I believe this is aluminium. P14 is a different frame. Kappa is mostly SVI. Oh, SVI. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't have a lot of double stack 1911 knowledge. I will profess to that. Vector Optics Red Dot. I've heard good things about them. I haven't tried. Oh, actually, I have a Vector Optics Red Dot, but it is the tube it's just like a tube that is similar enough in kind of vibe to the Aimpoint 3000 5000 type thing, if I want to have that vibe, but it was literally 20 quid. So it is so much cheaper than if I wanted an Aimpoint 3000 5000. Plus, I prefer the Aimpoint Comp M2 look to the Aimpoint 5000 3000, and so when it came to the time to decide, hey, do I want a genuine Aimpoint Comp M2, or do I want to wait or look for a deal or whatever, get an Aimpoint 5000, because it would have ended up about the same price, I decided to go for the Aimpoint Comp M2. I'm rambling, that's not what this is about. Vector Red Dot, good. Water Customs nozzle spring, fine. Edge Custom aluminium product housing, fine. Air seal piston, loading nozzle, Airsoft Masterpiece. I've heard good things about Airsoft Masterpiece, but every time I look at their stuff, it is very, very expensive, which makes sense if they are as good as people say they are. But it leads me to personally prioritize other brands when looking around, because if I wanted, I would go Airsoft Masterpiece if I wanted to do what you're doing here and build a specific double stack 1911. But as it stands, I have a double stack 1911. I have the Army Armament T8 Staccato, which is a lot cheaper than this, but is also still quite good. And so it leads me to not really prioritize high-end stuff anywhere near as much. Anyway, brass hop-up units, PDIW hold 70-degree hop-up bucking. The PDIW hold 70-degree hop-up bucking is kind of a staple of gas blowback airsoft by this point. It is always a good idea to have some, because they can be very beneficial. The only problem I've had with them is that the nozzles stick in them for too long. I have not had this be a problem until the L86. The L86 actually cannot really reliably shoot with the PDIW hold. That's a whole other topic. The L86 video is on the channel. If you want to watch that, then that's got all that story on it. But there's no point in me going over that now, because we've already been going for 3 hours. But yeah, PDIW hold, good bucking. 6.0 precision in the barrel, yeah. Recoil spring, yeah. And then load of Masterpiece stuff, bits by steel controls basically. Steel disconnectors, yeah. Titanium trigger bar. Yeah, I didn't know there was a titanium trigger bar. I didn't know that was a viable material for what that is. Fair enough. Polymer trigger, yep. Steel mag release, yep. And then grip and light. Dummy, because German. Yeah. Okay. So, comped and ported double stack 1911 lights and sights. So it has everything you can possibly want. I am a particular fan of this grip, and I think I want one. I actually googled this earlier, this one. It is a little bit pricey, but I am wondering if I want to replace my staccato grip with that, because that does look like a very nice and aggressive texture. The one I have is stippled from the factory, one of those kind of jobs, and it's okay, but I think I want that, so I might do that. Yeah, it's a very particular build, very expensive build, and it looks like a very it looks like you set out to make something, and it looks like you've done it very well, basically. It's good. Staccatos are becoming very popular nowadays because, cheaper options are available. But I don't think that should devalue what you've done here, because this looks very, very nice indeed. Well done. This is brilliant, but I like this. I do have that sometimes of like, yeah. Particularly with this grip. With the grip I have, like, yeah, it's brilliant, but I like this. So, very, very nicely done. Sky. Now then. Join in with this with the one gun I'm actually happy in calling finished. Alright. So, APFG Rattler LTE base. Oh, it's a long one. Now, oh, so it's not cane brake. Cane brake is something slightly different, right? Because it's still got the suppressor inside, but it's a different handguard, I think. But it's that kind of vibe of like internally suppressed, I guess, because the barrel ends about here on this. So, Airsoft Artisan, LT SD handguard. Cool. So presumably it's a bit wider to facilitate the suppressor. BPW grip. I keep seeing BPW in relation to MCXs. They really like them. LT trigger. Yep. SLX 762 suppressor and Stark riser. Yep, fair enough. Scalar X 1.93 riser. Oh, that would have been expensive. Okay. Weird Sig Romeo 4 XT Pro. Cool. Okay. Oh, I wonder what battery that uses. If this is a battery compartment, then I guess that's an LR40. That can't be a AAA, right? Yeah, LT SD handguard. Newest Sig one for the M6s. Ah, yes. So that's kind of similar to what we see on the, well, on the Spear. Okay, cool. Romeo 4 XT Pro. I wonder what batteries that takes. AAA. Ah, it's a AAA. Ooh. Okay, cool. Typically with T1, T2 footprint sights, you will have a, I don't want to do that, but they take like a CR 1620 or 2032. A little watch battery anyway, that has a lot less capacity than the AAA that is being used here. Yeah, sorry Sky, there's a bit of delay here. Unfortunately, there seems like quite a bit of delay here. So it does take me a sec to, like, I see as soon as a message comes in. I charged that keyboard yesterday. Yeah, 2032 for usual T2s. Alright. Wow, I've lost my train of thought. Yeah, good. However, there is one thing to consider with these kind of sites. So, these sites, while I'm doing this, actually, I'm going to put my keyboard on charge because we're in the 21st century and that's what that means, apparently. There is one thing to consider with sites that use or any equipment that uses batteries with such a large capacity that you cannot reasonably expect to use up that capacity. And that is that if you are using an alkaline battery, then over a long period of time, that battery can leak and potentially burst. If it does either of those things, then you end up with alkaline gunk on your battery contacts and it ruins those contacts. As a result of ruining those contacts, it can make the sight or the peltor contacts, for example, anything using those batteries, it can make them unusable. And it can be very difficult, if not impossible, to get that off. Aha! As Minkle told me, got a lithium one in it. Perfect. Yes, I was also there for that conversation with Minkle. I don't think I actually took... I'm not sure if I took part, but I read through it. I was busy with work, I think. Read through it and went, oh god, you're absolutely right. Because I've had those alkaline batteries burst in like TV remotes and such before. And then think of like, oh, I've got them in these Peltor contacts. I've got them in the one of the aim points, I think it was. Was it in this? Flipping heck. Alright. God, I should put on a flipping ad break for doing this. Right. Yes. So I had an alkaline AA in my Aimpoint Compem 4, genuine, that costs like ridiculous silly money. And I thought, oh no. You're absolutely right. That makes sense. So I immediately went on Amazon and got some lithium batteries as a result of seeing that conversation, because you're absolutely right. Alkaline batteries are not really suitable for use in devices that can't use them up within their expected lifespan. But hey, you know that already. Yes. Black Fairy will open the Magwell. Oh, Magwell. Oh, okay. I didn't even notice that was custom, but that looks good. That kind of fits into the form factor. I like that. Watson Scout Light Pro Repro. As we were saying earlier, for the mounts, these are generally fine to go reproduction. My only question is, with these ones, these are the 640 style, is it? No mention unless I'm blind, but I think this is called a 640 style with this pivot. I haven't personally had good luck with locking these down properly and getting them to stay locked down with the pivot of the light against the mount. However, I have also been informed, I think by Minkle again, that that the real ones are not that great for it either. So, unfortunate. Arasaka Indexer, that is this little bit here, I believe. It's got the Arasaka logo on it, and it just functions as a hand stop. It is the lowest profile option, basically, for doing that, if that's what you want to do. Scout Light Pro M640, yes. Cool. Then Winter Recoil Springs, yes. So I was asking someone else about this recently and didn't really get an answer. The APFGs, okay. Let's talk. Oh, I stick a pin punch on the other side. What's the screw up and in? Works well enough. Uh-oh. Stream lag. Now, what is that referring to? Stick a pin punch on the other side, force the screw up and in. Is that this? Are you sticking a pin punch in this? That must be, right? A pin punch in there, force the screw up and screw in. I don't know. I don't know how a pin punch would be used there. No, for the two M-lock screws. Oh, yep. Okay, right. That makes so much more sense. Okay. Right. Let's talk quickly. VFC and springs, because VFC is on the other side of the handguard. Yeah, okay, cool. VFC and springs. So, when VFC did the SIG line, you know, SIG Air, you know, the P226, you know, the licensed SIG stuff, it was a known thing that the springs were too strong, and so you had the Parabellum stuff that came off of that. Fine. But APFG isn't licensed, but they still have the spring issues, right? There's the whole thing of like, oh, well, SIG have told them that they have to have these strong springs because they're for training use and all that shit. And so they made this Parabellum as a separate entity to get around that. But APFG is also a separate entity to get around that. But they still have the spring issues, right? That's odd. If memory serves, I believe it's the AMG Winter Recoil Spring and Hammer Spring that are relevant there. Recoil Spring, obviously, you know, that's easy to swap usually. I don't know on the MCX, but I assume it's an easy fix. But the hammer springs, I have never changed a hammer spring before, and I still have... Where are you? Where are you? I still have the AMG Winter Recoil Spring for the Scar H that is collecting dust, quite literally. That I am too much of a wuss to try and change. Apart from anything, it's getting warmer, you know, it's fine. That thing scares me. I don't want to take apart the fire control group. Anyway, winter... yeah, still really strong springs. Stock, it sucks. Winter Recoil Springs are easy to get. You're very right there. AMG doesn't sell them yet. Hammer spring is easy to change, but not needed in my opinion. Ah, so is it APFG that are selling recoil springs then? Or winter springs? APFG. Winter spring. Oh, mill precision. Okay, fair enough. Fair dues. Recoil springs from a certain Chinese market. Oh, okay. Yep. Hammer string is easy to change, but not needed in my opinion. So on the P226, my VFC, I have changed the recoil spring because it needed changing, like too stiff, but I have not changed the hammer spring. And I'm hopeful that it's the same thing where they're not needed. I don't really understand personally why a weaker hammer spring is necessary in the first place for cold. Because I mean, I guess it's to prevent pushing too much gas, and if you push too much gas, then you lose too much pressure as a result of too much cooldown. But is that really that big a deal? I'm skeptical, but I'm not sure. But yeah, personally, I've just changed recoil springs rather than changing hammer springs as well. But not sure. GSI gold bucking, knob and arm, not something I'm familiar with personally, and then longer in a barrel. Well, then an inner barrel. Forced to overcome during cycling. Oh, of course, forced to overcome during cycling. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Not fully sure myself, but my current build runs fine at 0 Celsius. And that's with read earlier and remember. Yeah, hammer spring is easy to change. Oh, okay, so you do have. Do you have the hammer spring as well in this guy? Because it does say winter spring, so I assume so. Winter springs. What was I going to say? I feel like I was going to say something, but I've forgotten. Yeah, it's just a recoil spring. Oh, okay, and still runs fine at 0. I mean, if it runs 0, then like, if it runs fine at 0, then that's what you know. That's kind of as good as you can really hope for. I mean, obviously you could get it better. Oh, that's what I was going to say. For the P226, I uses 2 recoil springs. Oh, fair. Yeah, because it's like a Desert Eagle type thing, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, okay, oh, that's what I was going to say. When you are overcoming the pressure, the resistance of the hammer spring, that is when the gas is at its near strongest. It's overcome the rocket valve by that point, sure, but that's such a small loss in pressure that you're using that damn near the strongest part of the propane release cycle to overcome that hammer spring. I'm still not personally convinced that a hammer spring is beneficial. I'm open to being wrong, but not sure. Anyway, as regards to the build, this looks utterly fantastic. So, being on a wrestler base and not a spear base, the weird thing that kind of weirds me out is I kind of expect to see the forward assist here. That's just weird. But it is actually a short barrel. The barrel ends there, and then the suppressor brings it out and like fills it out, and it looks so good. It looks fantastic. The stock, let's cover the stock. So the standard MCX stock, I'm surprised that it is the way that it is, because again, by standard you kind of have to crunch down a bit to get into an AR-15. Close enough. Sight height, this is a bit higher. This is 1.93. But by standard, you have to crunch down a bit, and we can't modified the stock geometry of where the stock sits, kind of padding wise, because it's on a buffer tube, and the buffer tube is necessary because of the buffer and the other. That's not the case here, though. I'm very surprised that we don't more commonly see versions of this where this pad just sits lower. Just this whole triangle situation here just sits lower. I'm surprised we don't see that more often. I've seen a design that did that, I think, but it's seemingly not common, and I don't quite understand why. But generally, these stocks are regarded as being good, despite the fact that they are very, very minimal. But yeah, they seem to do the job. People like them. Cool. Sight choice. It is a Sig red dot with a AAA battery for capacity. Absolutely fantastic. Again, lithium alkaline. We've gone through all that. The mount, very, very light mount. You're not going to get any extra weight off of that at all. Typically, what I go for is the LT660 type. Just because of the historical significance, the era that I am particular about uses this mount for those optics, and so that's what I go for. But if I do go into the MCX world, then I'll probably do something a bit more along the lines of that, because if I did an LT660 on that, it wouldn't fit, it wouldn't work, it wouldn't look good, but that looks excellent. I mean, dot placement is obviously totally fine. With MCXs, you have more rail all the way to there until you actually get into handguard territory, which is good, but also a little bit late. So the reason, or how do I explain this? On an M4, on an AR-15, let's go here, the handguard starts here. And we can actually see here, if we look at the line here of this rail, and then the line of this Picatinny, or the receiver, we can see they don't line up. So, if you have a scope that needs to be really, really far forward, and is going, that one part of it is on here, and one part is on here, or even sometimes both parts are on here, if your handguard is not fully lined up, as this one isn't, but it doesn't really need to be because, you know, it's a different build. But if it's not fully lined up, or if it gets bumped, etc, etc, then it can cause problems. So the MCX comes in, and we have a much, much longer receiver Picatinny. And so that solves that problem. However, I say it's too late. The reason I say it's too late is because nowadays we have, it's all on the shelf behind me, we have cantilever mounts. So any kind of, let's bring back this one from Heka. I have cantilever mounts like this. So we can see that that is mounted as far forward as it can be, and so it's mounted as far forward as it could be, but because of this scope adjustment turret, we wouldn't actually be able to mount it like that because the turret would be in the way, and so these cantilever mounts puts the scope rings further forward, and therefore it allows for that. And that's how you get around it on the AR-15 platform. This wouldn't need that. You could use an LPVO with this, with regular scope rings that would be, I don't think we've actually seen anything with a regular scope ring on it today, have we? That's no, we haven't seen anything in a sort of DMR flavour today, actually, have we? No, that's crazy. Okay, but you could just use regular scope rings with an LPVO with this if you wanted to, but no one does because we're so used to seeing LPVOs with cantilever mounts that that's probably what we're going to keep doing until the end of time. So, yeah. Owner of the VOC AK build. Hey, thanks for the review. Didn't make up time to watch it live. Yes, yeah, we did have a look at yours. This one. Yes. Oh, there's so many pixels. We'll give it a minute. Yes. The Ukrainian style. It looks absolutely fantastic. It's an excellent tactical Vive AK. Except, are your hands actually this small, or is it like an optical illusion or something? I fielded it for the first time last week. Unfortunately, the expensive stuff gets scratched up pretty easily. It can do, yeah. But as it's getting the use it deserves, so not a big deal. True. Managed to fix the GHK Glock. Hey, well done. You have a GHK Glock for a week until something else goes wrong. Happy for you. No. As far as I'm aware, GHK Glocks, once you do get them working, they stay working at least for, you know, the normal period of time that you can expect from an airsoft gun in general. But yeah, good for you, man. This is a good looking build. Nicely done. To be honest, just set it up randomly using the front, more of a finger stop. Ah, okay. So, yeah. If it were me personally, I'd probably have to space these out a little bit more, but if it works for you, it works for you. Right, MCX. So, this looks like it's just been very, very well put together. Overall, is the grip different? Oh, BPW grip, yeah. Yeah. Severe grip angle, which is excellent for what we would expect here. Non-adjustable stock is just the standard stock for this, but you don't really need an adjustable stock with this sight, as long as you're able to take the weight. Personally, I would want a slightly shorter stock for this, just because I am weak, and so I would want to bring the weight a little bit further in if I could. And that is also why I would want a more severe grip angle there as well. But having a more severe grip angle is just beneficial in general anyway, so excellent choices. Yeah, the handguard looks fantastic, and the integral suppressor, not integral suppressor, but the shrouded suppressor, I guess, looks excellent. The light mounts look good, interfacing well enough with the Engel, all looks good there. Mod button versus hand stop placement, perfect. It's, yeah, well, looking at all the little scratches and such, this gets used. This has use on it, which is good to see. There's nothing wrong with a collector's item, not at all. But yeah, excellent. People, so I saw it this in the chat actually. People saying about like the pink tape, like, oh, you know, it's throwing off the camouflage and all the rest of it, which is valid. It is valid. But then she posted a picture of herself actually playing, and she has all like pink stripes on all the mags, no camouflage, no, not bothering with camouflage or anything like that, and there's like blue stripes and pink stripes and all that shit. It's like, camouflage isn't a concern for some people. Camouflage isn't a concern for me half the time. So pink mags, fine, not a problem at all. Overall, it just looks very, very nice. Minkle is showing us the... Right, let's just have a quick look through all this. Yeah, cool. So if we pop to the chat real quick. So this is the slide release insert that we saw earlier on the Tokyo Marui. Was that the Tokyo Marui Glock? I know the SRC does it, but is this the... I'm not sure if Minkle was actually around still. Is this the Tokyo Marui Glock, or is this the SRC Glock? Not quite as obvious in the 1911s. There is a gap. As you don't have this. Yes, yes, absolutely. So the TM 1911s have it as well. You said that. You said the TM Glocks have it as well, didn't you? So this might be a TM Glock. TM, yes, TM. Okay. Ooh. Oh, do I want a TM Glock? No, because I have the VFC. Oh boy, that's tough. That's tough. Future problems. Wilson combat kit. Of course. I was wondering because these front slide serrations do not look standard at all, obviously. If I ever use up my VFC, which is absolutely a possibility, maybe I use it a bit differently nowadays. I'd probably go for TM unless VFC has done inserts up that point. And this does make me want a TM 1911 for sure. I'd want the MEU, the tan MEU, and maybe do a little bit of painting to do the little muzzle blast type stuff, maybe. Yep, cool. What are we looking at there? That's the AK, right? Same person? Am I being forgetful? Yes, I am being forgetful. Okay. Oh, so you have the front finger up here. Ah, that's understandable. Okay. I thought you were just like putting the hand inside. Inside. Like, not good. Inside. There we go. But if you have that front finger there for like pulling in, that's absolutely like a very good way of doing that. So that's understandable. Yep. Coolio. Yeah. MCX from Sky. Excellently put together. All the choices are good. I'd probably go for a shorter stock myself just because I want to have the weight inside a little bit, but it's fine. Very, very nice build there. Good job. Ah! Oh! Yes! Overexcited for a sec. This is exactly what I thought I would want with the stock. You see how the pad is actually dropped down? This is what I would. This is exactly what I would want, actually. Yeah. If I could do an MCX, is that the same handguard as well? It is. Oh, different dot. Oh yeah. If I had the money for MCX type stuff at the moment, I would probably do damn near exactly this, especially with this stock, and potentially this handguard and suppressor arrangement as well, because that does look absolutely fantastic, and that is exactly what I would want from that stock. Also have to spot the mags if you drop them with the pink tape. You are absolutely right. And yeah, I do the same. What do I do the same for? Like speed loaders and such. So not that one. That's the only one that I don't do with. Is that really the only one I have available right now? Hobbs, you're a silly goose. Okay. But I do have tape on the ones that I carry in the main bag for exactly that reason, that if I drop them I want to find them again. And for me personally, sometimes I care about camouflage, sometimes I don't, so I want the stuff that I have to be able to kind of fit in with that, and not stand out too much. So I have the tape placed that if it is in a pouch, then the tape is covered by the pouch. But then if I drop it, then I can see it because of the tape. Picture of the short stock, by the way. I saw you delete that. Yeah. There is a bit of a noticeable delay on my side. Let's actually see. So if I go, and now we're going to see how long that takes for me to show on my side. This could take a little while, but yeah, if I could do the MCX, I would definitely want that stock. Oh, and there I've just started. So there's a good 15-second delay, I would say, which is a bit unfortunate. I'd be very curious, Sky, if you wouldn't mind, if you do happen to know the name of this stock, this shorter stock, I would be very interested in knowing what that is, just in case I ever do something like this myself. Maybe. But yeah, excellent build all round. Very nicely done. Let's move on to our next one. Aha. Keeping it simple. Hello, YouTube. Say hello to Solo. Right, Toxicant MCX Virtus Patrol 11.5 in Sig Grey. So yeah, Modern Warfare with that sort of, what would you call it? Like block handguard? It's this is the kind of iconic handguard that was shipped in the MCX from Modern Warfare 2019, and then we've got the bits and bobs that fit the vibe for that. So Gunday SRD suppressor, BCM CAG, posted link on server. Oh, fantastic. Hey, oh, I thought it was Airsoft Artisan, but then I looked through WGC shop later, and I couldn't find this particular one, so I was just blind apparently. Thank you very much. Yep. And boop, boop, boop. Cool. Thank you very much. Right, Modern Warfare 2019 MCX style. So, for a long time, I was thinking that if I wanted to do an MCX, then I would do something like this. And especially in the grey, it looks very, very good indeed. So, Gunday SRD suppressor. I'm not familiar with Gunday. BCM CAG, so that is this thing here. I'm actually not a fan of these personally. Airlock rail cover, sure. Repro Sig, backup iron sights. Oh yeah, backup iron sights. So yeah, you generally don't need to worry too much about these being reproductions for iron sights unless they are absolutely terrible. Do I have? Oh no, I don't. Ow, is it this? Yes, okay. This is the A&K Martech rear sight. So this is one of the shittest products I have ever used in the world of airsoft. But for a very long time, this was the only way you could get the Martech backup rear iron sight. Unless you wanted to buy a genuine one, but a genuine one is like 100 quid, well 160 I think it was. It's way too expensive for just something that is cosmetic, but clone correct to a lot of US military builds. If I want to get this out and to actually deploy this sight, for starters we have that range thing here, which is just kind of, it likes being in the 400 position, and any position other than that is kind of spring loaded to get back to 400. Okay, sure. If I want to get it out, I have to push down, sideways, sideways, sideways. Back up sights, by the way. So hey, so I would be dead right now, but we got it out. Okay, we got it out. Now I'm gonna put this in front of my forehead so you get the contrast. I could just go. Even for airsoft, that sucks. That is absolutely enough wobble that it would affect airsoft accuracy. It is shit. Also, on top of that, the screw that actually mounts it in is basically made of cheese, and so is the threading inside here. So you can tighten it and just keep tightening it. You just keep tightening it. I don't know what's failing. It doesn't feel like it's the head that's failing. It feels like it's actually the thread in here that are just turning to cheese. This is badly made, badly designed, badly toleranced, and badly priced as well. This actually cost me a fair bit. If you want a Martech backup iron sight, post a like looking to buy site, whatever, that you want one from a Tokyo Marui 11.5 URGI, because Tokyo Marui made these, but they don't sell them separately. So just post on like a used airsoft site somewhere that you want to buy one of these from a Tokyo Marui URGI, and then someone will be willing to give you one for cheap. That's how you get one of these if you want one, but that's not what we're talking about here. Anyway, back on topic. Yes, Grey MCX from Toxicant. Holosun sight. Again, I have not used Holosun products yet, so I can't say how good they are, but I know they do have a lot of good opinions about them. GMP mags, we've talked about those before as well. Repro Sig, MCX telescoping and folding stock. Yep. I think the Modern Warfare one had like just the telescoping thing, right? But I might be remembering that wrong. Don't remember. If it's not clone correct, that's fine. And then Sig MCX grip from Real One. Cool. Nice and simple. Keeps it light, keeps it effective, and life is good. I'm going to open that privately. Okay. Airsoft buddy of mine is wanting to commit and about to commit to getting an Archric L119A2, which is a large amount of money. but he is very much into the UK Special Forces type stuff, so it's valid for him. I was thinking about getting one myself as well, but it is a lot of money. It's just difficult with all the work bonuses coming up and being like, oh, that could go towards that, couldn't it? But no, I will be good and financially I shouldn't lie on stream. MCX. So I believe, I don't remember if, so I don't believe APFG does the grey MCX. I don't believe Salvo does the grey MCX. Not sure. But Toxicant has been kind of the main option for MCXs for quite a while, at least before APFG came in. They use MWS mags, which is good, but they are also prohibitively expensive, and they've had some QC issues as well. Nevertheless, I've heard that once you get one working, it is good, and hopefully that's the case here, and hopefully you haven't had too much trouble with it. Like I say, the only thing that I would have trouble with personally here is this particular thing is just not comfortable for me personally. Don't really know why. Salvo does make them. I have one. Hey. Alright, fair dues. I'm interested in seeing what Salvo does because they are double eagle, and double eagle are considered to be okay? Question mark. I believe they're considered to be pretty good, but also I don't believe they're considered to be on the same level as the Tokyo Marine MWS, so I'm not quite sure there. Let them know there is an updated one coming soon. Oh yes, of course, you are absolutely right. One coming soon though. Look for an IWA video on Artrick. Yeah, thank you Sky for reminding me for that. I'd probably get Salvo over a Toxicant. Oh yeah, absolutely. Even if they're the same price. I mean, yeah, with the QC issues that Toxicant's had, that's actually, yeah. They're good. We also have a Salvo rep in HRC, so we can give direct feedback. Okay, cool. I am a bit picky. The reason not the reason I haven't bought one, because cost, budget, etc. But one of the reasons that I kind of look at Salvo and go, is the surface finish of the tan ones. This has sort of not overly shiny, but the anodized look to it, whereas Salvo's promised stock parts online, unlike Toxicant. Yes. This has an anodized look to it. The Salvos have more of a painted look to them, and I prefer this look. So that's one thing that's kind of made me, well, it's not put me away from Salvo, it's made me think that if I were to go Salvo, I would want a black one rather than a tan one. But if I wanted an MCX, would I want a black one or I'd want the choice, right? That's the thing. So I'm not sure. Not sure. Anyway, this clean, simple, well thought out, everything is where it should be. There's nothing crazy going on that kind of, detracts from anything else. We haven't got any crazy pressure pads in any kind of weird positions or anything like that. It is just clean, simple, does the job. That'll be very lightweight as well. Very nicely done. Good job. Excuse me. That's because they are painted. Sadly, one of the weak points. With things like that, I wonder how much it would drive the price up if they were to be anodized, and I wonder if it would be worth it from a return on investment perspective. Because the trouble is, if, let's say hypothetically, it drives the price up to £550, let's say, UK retail price, so it drives the price up to the same price as a Tokyo Marine MWS. If it was the same price as the MWS, but it still was kind of double eagle, not quite as good on the performance side of things, then people wouldn't like double eagle as a result of that. So from that perspective, I can understand why they would want to go that route and maybe, you know, keep the price a bit lower. Posted pic of the Salva Grey one for you. Looks pretty good and much better than its tan. Ooh. Oh. Okay. We'll give it a sec. Bloody hell. That looks nice. This is the stock I was talking about earlier. I think this is the stock that was used in Modern Warfare 2. Modern Warfare 2019. Modern Warfare 2. And same handguard as well. So that is that. That looks very nice. I still don't know. Okay, no, actually, right. Hobbs, stay on the task. I know what MCX I would buy if I were to buy an MCX. It is the six. Or is it? Okay. Okay. The one that I really, really like the look of is the 6.75 barrel RSAD. So reduced signature assault rifle. At present, I believe only APFG makes this, and they don't import into the UK, so the whole faff of that. Also, because it is a 6.75 inch barrel, like the short version, it would not. Oh, so very similar to the Rattler, but a different handguard, because it's like the more updated version or whatever. Because it's such a short gun, it wouldn't look good with magnified optics or whatever. Like if I put my Vortex Razor on there, it would just look silly. That makes me hesitant as well, because I am not very good with eyesight if I don't have magnification. Tomorrow I'm going out with the Black Hawk Down carbine with no magnification. I've just got the Aimpoint Comp M2 on there, but I'm also going out to take I'm going to take the G33, the magnifier, in my hand. No comment. Alongside the rifle that has no magnification, so that if it is a situation, if it's like, I can't see that guy over there, but I can't run up to him because then, you know, someone on another angle will see me. Now I'll have a little monocular to just go, oh yeah, that is, oh, that's not our colour armband. Okay, I need to shoot him, and then shoot him. If that works, then I will very rapidly become more open to using guns that don't have magnified optics. If it doesn't, then a lot of my non-magnified guns will stay as collector pieces, unfortunately, because I've had a few occasions of shooting friendlies because I can't tell what team people are on if I don't have magnification. Separate issue. RSI is cool, I want one. Also RSI is 775, and only Toxicant makes them. I'm not sure. Rattler and Rattler LT. Oh. Okay, yeah, I might be thinking of the Rattler LT. Let's look for Rattler LT. Yes, that looks like it. So let's go for APFG. I guess 7.75. Oh no. Okay. So that's giving me the 11.5 to begin with. Or Rattler LT. Okay. Oh, but then Rattler LT. That's 6.75. Ah, okay. So if I then go MCX. What did you say? Oh, ARSA. The thing that I said. ARSA. Yeah, you're right. Seemingly. But the difference is an inch, right? Yeah, it's only an inch difference. I'm not in a rush. I'll figure it out. That is a future problem for future hobs to think about. Rattler LT is 6.75, yeah. Yeah, only an inch difference. I'll see how I feel when I get closer to being in that kind of financial position. Right, yeah, that's not part of the build review, but it does look so good. This one is, we've covered this, it does look so good. Simple, clean, nice. Okay, so no info on this one. but it does look gas to begin with, I think. So Noveski, oh, this might be the Double Eagle, funny enough. Oh, this one they call, is this one they call the Ghetto Blaster, which is a very strange name. There's some very strange names coming out of the American gun world at the moment, like Ghetto Blaster and Trash Panda. It's very odd, but whatever. Right, Kung Fu Grip, another strange name. This has recently become very popular because of a load of social media influencers and the media campaign they're going on with them. That aside, having a grip that with this severe an angle is a good thing. It's just that they're not the only company doing this severe grip angle. That is a very strange selector that is on the Noveski, but whatever. W Ghetto Blaster, yeah, no clue what Noveski's on about with their names. It's weird, dude. Yeah, sliding stock, reciprocating stock, whatever you want to call it. That it looks like a Spark. I think that's a Vortex Spark. So this is Vortex's attempt at doing a T1 style thing that uses, I think, as AAA in that. However, they were not able to do, or not willing perhaps, to do it with an aimpoint footprint. So they did a 660 style mount. Let's get the 660 out again. So they've done a 660 style of mount, just like a block, and then they house the battery inside that mount. Rather than, if we go back to Sky's earlier one here, where they have chosen to do almost similar to how Aimpoint does their comps, their tube sights, where it's like external. That's the same thing as what Sig has done there. But Vortex decided not to do that. The advantage of Sig doing it this way is that you can then choose your own mount, which is very, very beneficial. The advantage of doing this Vortex's way is that you don't have a battery compartment poking out from your field of view. I don't often speak in absolutes. However, in this case, I would say that Sig's method of doing this is absolutely better than Vortex's method of doing this, because being able to choose your own mount is just better than not having a little battery thing in your point of view. Because if you shoot with both eyes open anyway, then it doesn't matter. Would love to stay. We're gonna have to catch up tomorrow. Gotta head to bed as it's 4 AM. Okay, thanks for staying around so much, Sky. It's been good to see you, and I'll see you around. Cheers. Now, Sling point. That looks like a Slingster, but this is very shiny fabric. I'm inclined to believe that this is probably a reproduction. If it works, it works. I found when it comes to the Spark also has a tiny window size, so the argument doesn't really work. Oh, does it really? Is it a smaller window? Is it a smaller window than, well, like any other T2 that you're aware of, Winkle? Because if it is, then that really doesn't hold up well to skepticism, does it? That is odd. Right, yeah, so Sling, this is a very shiny, so odd, but if it works, it works. We'll see. But yeah, reciprocating stock, fine. I think it's like 20mm instead of 22mm. Yeah, it's one thing to say that it's a 2mm difference, it's another thing to say that it's a 10% difference. Unfortunately, we are dealing with small sizes anyway, in terms of sights, and therefore 2mm does make a difference. Yeah, Sling, we've got a pressure pad up here, presumably there is a light on the other side. Yep, there's the light. And then Noveski likes to do silver or brightly coloured barrels, so that's what they've done there. And then this muzzle device looks absolutely disgusting and is presumably more for a suppressor. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with these kind of guns. I assume they're kind of new. I know they're like N4 or whatever it is, but that's a bit different to this. The main thing I'm seeing as being different here, a pick in chat that shows how weirdly obstructive the body is. Yeah, let's have a look. Oh, that is strange. So that's this inner ring here. That really comes in quite a lot, and also that emitter. The gold brings together to get a blaster, yeah. Look through it the right way around, Hobbs. Okay, so I would say the emitter comes in a little bit more than on this crossfire. So the emitter here is this little bit down here. Yeah. I'm not sure that holds up to skepticism there. If yeah, I think there's probably better ways of doing that in the modern day. But hey ho. But yeah, otherwise all good really. The one thing, so on the Ghetto Blaster design generally, one thing I've noticed, lower Picatinny along here. Now this is different to the Noveski N4 or whatever it is design that I can't remember, because it was M-lock all the way around except for the top, which is standard, you know, Mark 16 Geisley and all that kind of thing. That's how they do it, and that's how that's usually done. But here it is Picatinny on the lower. Now they're not the first people to do Picatinny on the lower as well as the upper, and then not the sides. But I don't like it. Part of what I see as being the advantage to M-lock is that it is lower profile. It's slimmer, doesn't, you know, chew up your gloves or anything like that. And M-lock grip attachments, despite my gripes about their fixture, allow for a much smoother experience. You don't need extra rail covers or anything like that. If you put Picatinny down here, then you negate all that, and that's odd to me. Like, we can see how much gap this is required here. If we look up the necessary dimensions for Picatinny, this space is actually necessary for how Picatinny fits on, and so you're losing your sleekness advantage, you're losing your comfort advantage. As much as I don't really like M-lock, I don't feel like Picatinny is the correct choice here, because you're going for sleekness, right? And this is odd. But anyway, on the build itself, it's, oh, that's a QD, I think. Sweet, simple, to the point, very lightweight. Just has the light and the pressure pad there. No one's going to forgive you for being left-handed, but you know, hey, maybe there's an afterlife and maybe you get into the one that doesn't burn. Your safety is either off or on. I assume that's safety off. It's kind of hard to tell with it being a weird Christian cross. But yeah. Love the look of the salvo, but unsure as of yet as to get one, as they're new, aren't they? They are pretty new, yeah. Like the look of their rattler. Yeah, there is the APFG rattler as well, but then you have kind of the spring issues, and APFG VFC tend to have quite gritty receiver finishes. They look gritty, so gritty that I've become Italian. And it gets to the point where they look sparkly on APFGs unless you replace certain parts, which can be expensive. So it's a tricky one for the MCX market. I feel like we might still not quite be there for a mass market solution of that regard. So what I mean by that is, if you don't really want an MCX and are willing to put in the effort to it, then do you have an off-the-shelf option? At the moment, are the available options off the shelf good? Well, they're pretty good, but they're maybe not as good as, like, if you want a standard M4, you get an MWS and you're fine. If you want an MCX, then each one needs something doing to it. Okay. Sky's not here anymore to say thank you. But if you are watching the VOD later, Sky, then chap that was buying the L119A2, it was you that reminded, wasn't it? Ha 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 ha. Brain. Oh, there. Yes, it was Sky. So Sky, if you're watching the VOD later, then thank you very much for reminding me about the IWA thing, because the person buying the L119A2 is very appreciative. So, yeah, simple. It does the jobs that it needs to do. You're left-handed, but we'll forgive you. And otherwise, yeah, gets the job done. Fair dues. Build picks. I was talking about the charging handle stuff. Talking about the BPW stuff. Till we get to pictures. Saiga. Alrighty. Let's look at a Saiga. I'm getting through it, Dej. I'm working through it, buddy. I started a bit earlier today. I started at 4 PM my time. Obviously wouldn't have been able to do that on a work day. But yeah, we're getting through it. And we're at 4 hours. We just crossed the 4-hour mark. And we are getting through it. I do enjoy these videos. Right. So, Tokyo Marui, Saiga 12. I considered getting a Saiga 12 for so long until they actually came out, and I went, actually, looked at the price and it wasn't quite worth it for me. Saiga deserves a Cobra. I mean, what is this, 1P57 or something? 1P87. That's a P, right? I think that's a P. My Cyrillic has gotten rusty. I think this looks good too. I think it does look good. Barrel cut down and rethreaded to RS spec. So that's a lot of work to begin with. Using real muzzle brake, I believe it's a Krebs custom, but the site supporter from just said Russian style brake and has since delisted it. Fair enough. Yeah, cool. 1P87, yeah. Wood Vepper handguard, cut down and reshaped and refinished. That's cool. And the finishing on this does look very nice as well. It's good. Novus PDS1. What's a PDS1? Is that the mount? Novus PDS1. Oh, that's the scope. Okay. Oh, this is one of the oh, this is one of those situations where the reproduction is actually considered to be better than the genuine one. In the case of this. So, how much do these cost? Oh no, it's on a particular site that's known for overcharging. Oh, I can't. No, surely not. Okay, it's on a particular site that's known for overcharging. And then I scrolled down and it was 360 quid for this thing. That can't be right. We're going to go onto a different site. 270. That's still pricey. Okay. So I'm probably not going to buy one of those myself. But I'm happy for you. Soviet Arms Plum Grip. PSA's knockoff on modern Ismash grip. Fair enough. So I'm a triangle stock. So... With vehicle pattern tree red, yeah. I see it. I know what problem you have. Matrix SVD request. Yeah, that's so Matrix is like Evike's brand. They also make, so A&K is also known as Matrix, which makes the absolutely terrible sight. But for something as simple as a cheek rest, fine. Mag's painted with Tamiya PS37 to simulate plum. This mag does look excellent. That looks so good. That is such a good paint job. I wonder how well that will stand up to time though, with impacts and such. Because I don't think generally model making paint is going to... I don't have a habit of like whacking my stuff on stuff, but not sure. Oh, I didn't know there were all these like trademarks. Oh, that's just a serial number. I didn't realise there were all these logos on Saigas by General. I don't have that additional pick. Ah, okay. Yeah, your refinishing job looks so much better. You've done a really good job with that. Good job. So overall, for starters, basically perfection. Excellent build. That looks very, very nice. The plastic mag sight might be fine. Yeah, maybe. I hope they're fine. For Will's sake. Yeah, this looks absolutely fantastic. Basically perfection in Saiga form. there are a few forms of perfection in Saiga form, because I've seen some excellent builds of the Saiga, and this is one of those that is just basically 10 out of 10. Very, very nice job. The one thing I noticed earlier though, typically you have to shim this area, because otherwise if you fold the stock, then it just kind of goes up and down and it's just all over the gaff. However, the stock of this is not being folded because it's got a sight on it. So it's fine, it's just funny to be like, I see the problem. But like, if it's in its extended position all the time, then you won't actually notice it because it doesn't lock off of the hinge anyway. There's an internal thing, and so the shimming there doesn't actually matter. But yeah, there's nothing I can critique here really. This is absolutely fantastic. I adore this handguard. The finishing on that is perfect, and if I could do that kind of thing myself, then this is how I would do it. Still have, I bought an FCW wood kit for my VFC AK-74, and it didn't really look as nice as I wanted it, so I actually ended up buying instead an LCT wood kit for the LCT AK-74, because the finish of that matched pretty much what this is here, because this is the wood. This is the look of wood that I like. So, very nice job. The muzzle brake is excellent too. Good job on chopping that down and rethreading it. This is just very, very well done. Good job. Excellent. Ooh, VFC M16A1 with my grenade launcher on it. So, right, so we've got some Hessian. Yeah, Hessian. This is, right, so old school M16A1. That receiver just looks, oh, that looks good. Typically, you know, I've complained before about VFC. I'm getting quieter at the moment. I'm recognizing that I'm getting quieter. Typically, I complain that VFC has gritty finishes, but this actually looks pretty good. Right, Hessian on the barrel just for camouflage, I guess. M16A1 muzzle device, because it is an M16A1. And then look at this handguard. So that used to be mine. I received that as part of a bundle that was posted used. A very, very good deal. And it came with an M203 of unknown origin. I didn't know the brand, but I knew that it had the M16 style heat shield, and it has the correct vintage mount under here as well. You can't see it, of course, but that is the correct mount under there. Months go by, it sits on a shelf, and I actually get another M203 as well from another bundle, and I come across someone in Heavy Recoil Club, again, very good Discord full of knowledgeable people, that knew a lot about M203s, Airsoft M203s. And so I said to him, hey, I've got these two M203s, I don't know what they are, could you take a look, what do you think? Always love the heat shield. The short one I used to own looked quite goofy and odd, however, it just fits the M16 so well. Yeah, the sort of commando heat shield looks a bit odd, but this one looks good. So, this chap comes along, I ask him to have a look at my two M203s, he goes, oh yeah, they're both GMPs. Oh, and GMP are generally considered to be pretty much the best M203 you can buy at the moment, except you can't buy them at the moment because they're discontinued. And so, oh, I have two of these that that I'm just sitting on. I think I should probably get rid of one of them. I knew that I was more likely to use the modern one than the vintage one, so I combined the vintage mount and the vintage heat shield with the M203 tube that was in a better condition, and then sold that to Harry, and then the other one, like, I restored a little bit, like because the detent of the tube didn't work, so I 3D printed a fresh detent and made it work. Anyway, that's the story of how that M203 ended up on this particular gun. Otherwise, it's an M16. So that looks like a genuine surplus thing. That is that close to coming off? That's hard to tell. I don't know. Oh, SLR Sling. Cool. Yeah, M16 with M203. It is this M203. The barrel of this is not steel. I assume the barrel of the real M203 is steel, but I'm not sure. For a long time, I actually assumed that this heat shield was steel, because in video games, it's textured to be steel. Even in modern video games, so Arma Reforger, for example, recently come out game, and this M203 heat shield is part of the vanilla game content, and it is textured to be steel, to be stamped sheet steel. Well, you know, like the scratches and all that shit. It's not. This is plastic. This whole thing is plastic with a aluminium, I think, like heat shield thing inside it. I never knew that until I held on, and so that was very surprising to me. And I opened it, went, huh, and then actually had to Google the real ones to make sure, like, is this what this really is? But yeah, the real ones, these are actually plastic, and then they have the metal insert. And of course, you have the leaf sight built into it and all that. Receiver looks brilliant. Teardrop forward assist, of course. Solid stock. Field dressing, I assume, taped to it. Yeah. M16s, they're pretty cool. These are not too heavy, like I say, because the M203 barrel is not steel. This one probably is. I'm not sure on the VFC actually. I would assume that it's steel. I don't know. I do have a GMP. No, let's not get my hands dirty again. But I do have the GMP 20-inch steel barrel, which is again very rare these days. But it is steel, and it's not. It's chunky, but I wouldn't say it's prohibitively heavy. I also have the Mark 12 18-inch SPR profile barrel from Z Parts in steel. That is prohibitively heavy. That is like 3 times the weight of the GMP steel 20-inch barrel, even though it's shorter. It's just, I don't like that barrel at all. But yeah, the M16s generally are not too unwieldy despite their size. So they are very good. They're very fun. Yeah. Alrighty, GHK Glock. Dejin is a collector, so the fact that it's a GHK is okay. Right. Let's get the pictures. Get that picture. Alrighty. So, starters BFA steel slide and steel outer barrel. So, presumably this started life as the aluminium slide version. Or the GHK Glock. Are they... GHK Glock is a Gen 4? Oh, no, Gen 5? GHK Perfection 17 MOS. I didn't... I thought the GHK Glock was a Gen 3. Oh no, but it was a more recent one, isn't it? Yes, I remember. Okay, fair enough. Right. It's said that the steel kit decreases the magazine gas efficiency tremendously. Yes. And that the kit needs some time to be broken in. Also, yes, steel parts generally wear against each other and they polish each other over time. Gen 3 came first with a steel slide. Yes, thought so. They dropped to Gen 5, but it's alu slide only. Then an alu. Then Gen 5 goes, but then you've done the steel. This. Okay, cool. So, personally speaking, I go through roughly 2 magazines before I refill. Do not put, yeah, don't, yeah. Some people are very particular about that thing, and it's absolutely valid to be that particular about that thing. I don't tend to, personally, even though technically, sure, it would be beneficial. Still not extremely efficient, but as a collector, I'm very pleased. Used gas is 130 psi without silicon. Good. This one's been lubed with super lube. Cool. Yeah, so that will be testing at room temperature. As you drop below room temperature, steel does suffer a little bit more, and you do notice it. I've had a steel slide VFC Glock, and I ended up buying the aluminium slide for it. So both of those being VFC Glock 19 Gen 4 with the Nova Bomber Mark 27 kit. So first I bought the steel Mark 27 kit, and then I bought the aluminium Mark 27 kit. So exactly the same thing. I don't really see myself ever going back to the steel after having tried both, because the steel is absolutely fantastic at home from a collector's perspective, but getting out into gameplay, especially in the cold weather, I do notice it slowing down, and I don't want to notice it slowing down because I have other things on my mind at that point, of course. Also, when playing, I can feel the difference between a plastic slide and a metal slide in terms of recoil, of course. But I cannot feel the difference between an aluminium slide and a steel slide when playing. At home, wildly different experiences. But when I'm playing, again, my mind's on other things. The steel isn't really giving me that much extra immersion or anything like that. So I went to this aluminium slide. I haven't looked back personally. But for collection purposes, I would absolutely go with the steel slide, because they wear in better over time, they look better over time, and to shoot outside of a play scenario, they are better, absolutely. So, genuine Holosun, we've gone over Holosun before. Modified GMP raised suppressor sights, I think that's what I went for with mine as well, and I had to like Dremels and vials and bits off, because intended for VFC Glocks, not intended for bomber slides either, so I had to make some changes to mine as well. Jack's Streamlight TLR7, so is that clone? Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to use a genuine a genuine Streamlight and then fill it with resin or whatever. It feels so much nicer to hold and play with too. Yes, steel slides noticeably change the balance of a pistol, because the balance is obviously changed. The weight is so much higher. It feels more solid. It really changes the feel. Steel slides for collectors, absolutely. Extended magazine base. Oh yeah, the foot. Yep. Talon grip, which is the sandpaper texture type stuff. Yep. Oh, clicky back. Oh. Yeah. So Talon grips are these like sticky things that go on there. I haven't tried them myself. If I wanted to do something like that, I would actually want something specifically in this area here, because when I'm on a Glock, I have the thumb there, and that is the only point where I personally notice a lack of grip. I've tried putting skate tape there before, and it just came off because I use it for grip, and therefore there's a lot of like sliding force against it, and so it just slid off. There's also the option of stippling it, but yeah, that's where I would have anything like that personally. My wreck is steel sparrow and alu slide. Oh, okay. You're not worried about wearing down the wearing down the slide a bit on the barrel? Not sure. I have a question. When I like the bolt to access my hop up in the magazine roll, the charging handle just moves freely back and forth if I tilt the gun. Is this normal? It's TMMWS. Yes. Yeah, that's normal. So because the charging handle is not actually held under spring pressure itself, it's held under the bolt's spring pressure provided by the recoil spring. And so if the bolt is locked to the rear, then there's no spring pressure on the charging handle at all. And so it can just freely go back and forth. If you don't want to do that, which is absolutely valid, pop it forward, push the charging handle forward until the latch clicks into that upper receiver, and then it will hold it there until you do something with it. And that's totally fine. You're not damaging it either way, so it's fine. And like Minkle said, same behaviour in railguns, because again, that charging handle isn't actually held in by spring pressure at all. It's just mechanically held in by the bolt, which is in turn held in by spring pressure from the recoil spring. But if you lock the bolt to the rear, then that charging handle can move freely. So it's totally normal, totally fine, you're all good. Right, Talon grips, yes, potential plans, Gen 5 plug. Gen 5 plug. In pistol frame, it hinders a smooth reload. At the opening in the pistol frame. Okay. If it's not a problem you have, then fine. I don't even know what a Gen 5 plug is, to be honest. Oh, thanks. Yeah, no problem, man. It's all good. And thanks to Minku and Dej as well for helping out. because you guys don't have the same stream delay I do, so you can help faster. Currently searching for a threaded outer barrel for a compensator, preferably also steel. Steel compensators in Airsoft? I haven't seen... Well, I only tend to look for the... Oh, I thought I had it here. The, like, cake... Oh, there it is. Whoop. I tend to just be a fan of this style of suppressor. How can I... There we go. Which is this sort of like Roland special whatever style. That's just the vibe that I like. I haven't seen a steel one of those yet, but if anyone ever does, please let me know, because I would be very much interested. Unfortunately, Detonator at a barrel. I've heard good things about Detonator at a barrel, but unfortunately they're not compatible with Gen 5 Glocks. Unfortunate. Internals, Quantum, Magnus Pro, Hop-Up Chamber. Quantum is an odd company these days. But hey, if their hop chamber is beneficial, then happy days. Might get the trigger too. It looks good, their trigger. Might upgrade the recoil springs to be a favourite. Yeah. When I had the Nova, behind the magazine there's a hole. Magazine, there's a hole. Okay. We're talking about the plug, of course. Plastic piece which snaps on it. Closing it entirely. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I've heard good things about Detonator, and I saw it a few weeks ago now, a couple months back I guess, a Detonator steel slide, I think it was, for the I think it was either the KSC or the KWA Mark 23 pistol, so the gas blowback Mark 23. If I had bought that, so it would have been, I don't know, 200 quid to buy that, and then it would have been 250 quid to buy the KSC Mark 23, or KWA, whichever one it was. And then I would have had, you know, a collector grade Mark 23 that is also gas blowback. But it doesn't matter that it's gas blowback, because the guns are terrible apparently, by modern standards, and putting a steel slide on it would have made it even worse. Oh, but in that moment, I had thoughts. If it wasn't so expensive to buy both of those things individually, then. But here we are. Unfortunately, because I feel like the universe is lacking a working gas blowback Mark 23, and I feel like the only reason we don't have one is because Tokyo Marui makes the non-blowback one, and people buy that instead. But I feel like people don't buy that instead. I feel like people buy that for a different purpose. That's me. Is it aluminium? But yes. Oh, okay, fair enough. Very tempted. I've been very tempted as well. Having a proper Mark 23 would be so cool. But here we are. Life goes on. So, yeah. Glock, steel slide Glock, for collector purposes, these are absolutely fantastic. Steel slides, you think it looks good now, wait till you see it in 6 months, because once it's worn in, they get like a slight sheen on them in all the places where they've been handled, and it gets like a nice texture to it. It looks absolutely fantastic, it really does. And you've got your proper sights on there. Yeah. Very nice build. We also have a video here. Now, I've seen this before. I watched this yesterday. Let's have a look. You won't have sound, unfortunately. So, on the face of it, we can see that is nice and smooth, feeling good. Weapons handling critique, there's a lot of weird movement there, but that's just one of those things. People tend to pick up on weapons handling stuff from like YouTubers and such, and it gives people kind of strange perspectives on what is necessary and what's not. Like, if you just NSP'd a weapon, if you just cleared a weapon, you don't need to do all that. And if you've just let the slide go and you can clearly see that it's in battery, then you don't need to do the tappy. there's all kinds of stuff like that that's come from those kind of tactical try-hard companies, and then other people pick up on them, and it kind of perpetuates some very strange habits. But whatever. Whatever. Right, here we have a completely new build that I have not seen yet. So, this is from a new user to the server. Hi. Iswak. This is a VFC 416A5. I only did it for the sounds here, fair enough. Which is unfortunate because I don't have sound set up for streams, so you guys just watched a silent movie. VFC 416A5 goes to the Mark 15. 15? So that will be one of the weirder ones. Yeah, it's all good, Dej. What's some pet copy? T2, yeah, cool. All right, let's have a look at it. Oh, okay. So right off the bat, I'm going to suspect some very bright lighting here that's blowing this out, because if this is a genuine Mark 15 from Geisley, then that is a very bright color. So Unity up here, good. I mean, it's reproduction, but like getting the extra height is generally pretty good. And then you've got your cheek. That's an unusual place for that, isn't it? I guess if you really lean forward a lot, then that's fine. I'm not a fan of these guys as a general rule, for the reasons we spoke about with the earlier video. They give people bad habits in the name of trying to look cool, but that's fine. In the name of trying to look cool and sell t-shirts and risers, apparently. MOE CT, what? Oh, really? Okay, so MOE CT, this, what? Alright. VFC 416A5 for starters. Yes. Nice. Wadson pet copy. It's a black one, not a tan one. The tan ones of Wadson are a bit naff for colour. If you get a black one instead, problem solved. Copy of a T2. As we discussed earlier, the reproduction T2s are generally passable. In fact, I would go to say that they're pretty good. You just maybe don't expect them to hold up to a BB hit or anything like that. If you do shell out a little bit more and get like a crossfire RD2 from Vortex, then it doesn't matter if they can take a BB or not, because you can just get it fixed. Whereas with something like this, that's not really the case. But if you want your trades and markings, then of course that's your main option, unless you want to shell out for a really expensive real one. But then if you do, and then it gets broken, good luck getting it fixed for free, because they won't. Reproduction Unity mount. Generally the reproduction Unity mounts are pretty okay, with one caveat being that you can't co-witness iron sights through them. However, on this we can see that we do not have a front sight, even though we have a rear sight. You probably don't need the rear sight if you don't have a front sight, unless you are using the Unity mount, because the Unity mount has its own backup sights within it. You could get rid of the rear sight and potentially use the front sight of here, which would be fine, except the reproductions of these have their tunneling a little bit too high, I believe, and so you would not actually be anywhere near zero if you wanted to use this front sight with that rear sight, because they are not quite at the same height. They are on the genuine ones, but not here. GRS, oh no, yeah. Now I totally embarrassed myself for no reason. No, you're fine. It's one of those things. It's one of those things. It's just unfortunate that I don't have sound set up for that. Unity mount is pretty shiny. Yeah, the Unity mount is shiny, and so is this Geisley handguard. I think it was probably a very direct lighting. You know, you can tell from kind of from the floor that he's making this look a little bit odd. So I'm not judging too much on that kind of thing. But yeah, you don't need a rear sight, because this wouldn't work because it's a reproduction, so the height isn't right. The genuine's height is apparently right, but the reproductions are apparently not. And then, what is that, Geisley? Radiant. Radiant charging handle. Cool. Spitfire brake and cover. Alright, cool. Maple leaves, yeah. Bucking, barrel, enhanced spring. Do you need an enhanced recoil spring? Generally, you want to go as light as you can with recoil springs, because a heavier spring just makes it shoot faster, and they shoot fast enough already. And with a design like the M4, AR-15, 416, etc., you're actually relying on your springs being weak enough, not your springs being strong enough. Because your springs have to be weak enough that at the end of a magazine you have enough pressure under any temperature to get the bolt all the way to its rearward of travel where it locks back. If you're on something like an AK, for example, then an AK actually has a very large advantage in that case, because when you get to the last BB, it doesn't matter if the bolt can't go all the way back. Doesn't matter, because there's no need for it to get all the way back in order to load a new BB or not, and then you know, trip the empty lever, stop firing, go dead trigger on a GHK, for example, whatever. It doesn't matter. You don't need to lock all the way back. With a 416, you do. So putting a heavier spring in there, the only benefit that you're getting is a faster rate of fire, and even then not by much. So you're also lessening your own recoil, because recoil sensation is provided by the working parts hitting the rear, but if the spring is stronger, then it's not hitting the rear with as much force because the spring is springing. So you're lessening your own recoil impulse slightly. Efficiency becomes worse through proxy, I guess you would say, because if you're firing on auto, then you are using up X amount of gas per shot, and you are using up X amount of gas per shot per second, and that per second is increasing versus a normal spring, and so your compounding effect of cooldown there is much worse, and it is not it's not a direct correlation to, you know, 130%, for example. It's not a direct correlation to that. It's actually more efficiency loss than that, because of the cooldown effect having then a knock-on effect to efficiency. So you make things worse there. Is it really worth it to have an uprated recoil spring? And then at the end of a mag it doesn't lock back as reliably as it otherwise would as well? Is it really worth it? Really? Also, we do have the issue here. I assume this is not where the stock is usually, because you've got your lock off. But if this is not a sliding assembly, then I wish you luck in pulling the charging handle back. I'm going to assume that that stock sits a bit further back, generally, for when it's actually in use. Oh god, my throat! Oh, how far have we been streaming now? 4.5 hours. Oh, that's beating the last one, isn't it? Oh dear. Yeah, then QD into there. Oh, QD and the fuck is that? QD into a broken HK clip? You got no clippy bit on your clippy bit. Your latch is gone. So that's not this. It's stuck like that, which rather implies that your spring has gone, or it's just stuck in a weird way there. If this is broken, then hey, I'm telling you now, you're welcome for having it pointed out. I would recommend sourcing that, because that's not good. But yeah, HK clip into QD. I've said before how that's gross, and this setup here is very easy to change. You could have just directly gone into the QD there, and there would have been no downside to that at all. That's probably a QD there into the back. Oh no, QD. What the fuck? Is that a QD into? Sorry, not QD. Well, yeah, QD into a loop of some kind into a HK clip. Okay, all right. What? What's going on here? Okay, this is a bit weird. Including the fact it doesn't actually like work. If you tried to pick up the gun by the sling at this point, it would just fall off. This is very strange. That's very strange indeed. Thanks for reviewing my stuff. I fielded that STI DVC Omni the first time today, and it ran stellar. Hey, fantastic. Good to hear it, Nacho. It's like it's got all the mounting options. Well, yeah. He probably could have used just the one though. You know? Odd, very odd, very odd. We've got some sort of buckle release type thing going on here, more mounting options. This is a pull tab for some kind of mag pulls type sling arrangement here. Lots of buckles and straps going on here. This looks like quite a complicated arrangement actually. Basically we've got a pad here, that's a good start. Another buckle here, more attachment. I assume this is a quick adjust, but like, what is it adjusting? Because we've got, oh no, that's a, this is hanging, this isn't attached to that, so that means that's just hanging off. This is a very strange setup, dude. It's very odd. And that is a Picatinny adapter, it looks like, but then like Tango Down-ish style grip. Yeah, okay. This is very strange. Okay. That's right. This this I don't want to be too harsh here, but it does seem a bit like you've watched GBRS on YouTube. And I don't mean that in a harsh way, but I also don't mean that in a positive way. This comes across as someone who watches GBRS on YouTube. And that's not a good thing. Right, let's have a look at the MP7. Nightcore P20iX, never heard of it. Scalarworks mount copy and Vector Optics Frenzy. Vector Optics generally, hey, for Airsoft stuff in particular, decent choice. 3D printed tracer, the AT2000R. Yep, cool. I've heard good things about the AT2000. So that means the Nightcore is probably a light. Okay, fine. So that has a thing for a pressure pad. This looks like a sort of Amazon style thing, is it? Nightcore P20iX. Let's have a look. Nightcore, oops, Nightcore P20iX. Oh, okay, right. So it's not. Oh, that's interesting. So it's not an Amazon type thing as it looks at first glance, because those Amazon type things are copying things like this. So this is a hand torch that has been mounted in like a generic, like probably a 25.4mm mount. Okay, fair enough. And then a pressure pad on a loop around to the other side, I assume. And then, yeah, gets the job done. I assume... so this is built for a right-hander. This is built for a left-hander. Oh, no. Yeah, no, this is built for a left-hander. Oh, what's going on there? Is there any way to reduce some of the buffer spring twanging? Yes. What you want is PTFE grease. It is PTFE and not PFTE, yes. Yes, so this is PTFE grease. We want the stuff that has, I think it's, so this is with sin colon, I believe this is the correct stuff, is part number 21030, and let's put that up for you. This is what it looks like. If you grease your recoil spring and then smear it in a sensual way, just like you're saying, that will reduce the twang significantly. It won't dull it completely, but it's worth bearing in mind as well, on real AR-15s it's there too. It's just a product of how it is. Don't use the way you want your partners to be. Don't use your way... I've been doing it wrong. Yeah, grease up that spring, and that will dull the twanging significantly. So MP7, yeah, it looks like it's set up for a lefty, but your 416 isn't, unless you've got something going on under. So if you hold the grip like you know, grippy grip, and then the pressure pad is up here, I guess. That's still very odd. That's an odd setup. And what have we got here? Reinforced nozzle. Generally, you don't need to change nozzles unless your original one breaks. 150% return spring. Unless the original one breaks, you don't need to change that. I can wholeheartedly... Oh, fantastic. Oh, cool. So, over in chat, Nacho has given me the link to this grip, which is the one that I'm considering getting. I think I want that for my Staccato. Back to the builds. Yeah, if the return spring is fine and doesn't have a reputation for breaking, MWS, then there's nothing to worry about there. You don't need to change it. Custom milled sear and trigger bar. You probably didn't break a trigger bar, so why has that been custom milled? Maybe I can understand breaking a sear. This is odd. Both of these builds are a bit odd. I like MP7s though. I like 416s. So yeah, fair play. What's that? Oh, it's actually the tan one because it's still got the markers there. Yeah. Fair enough. Let's have a look. Is there a gun here, Dutch? You're gonna have me looking through all of this fucking bollocks. Dutch, I'm not seeing a gun, dude. Dutch. Dutch, I don't think there's a gun there, mate. You've given us a load of leaves and told us that you've built a gun. I don't believe you. Either your camouflaging job is fantastic and there's a gun there, or you're lying. Moving on. Double Eagle Nevesky N4. So this is one we were talking about earlier that has the M-lock on the underside as well. Let's get rid of a few of these tabs. So, M-lock on the underside, much sleeker grip, looking good immediately so far. I'm not a fan of this tape though. I'm never a fan of this tape. It's like, if you ever go to a swimming pool and the kids have like the pool noodles, that feels like a pool noodle. That kind of tape. I don't like it. And you've got it there too. Again, it's like that sort of GBRS. So upgrades, different hard proper, fair enough. Everything else is stock, as I don't think it needs to be upgraded yet, as it shoots good and got no issues yet. That is a good way of thinking about it. Plan on getting them passed soon. Fair enough. I am not sure if the Federal Concepts fits the Double Eagle, but it's worth a look because the Feder one is a bit more, is considered to be a bit more consistent, and I've found it to be a bit more consistent myself than the Ratec one. So worth a thought. There's also technically the Jaeger Precision one, but the Jaeger Precision one is basically the Feder Concepts one, and the Feder Concepts was made first, so I would personally support Feder before supporting Jaeger. Worth a thought. Not finished, as I need to get Engel. Okay, so you're going for the Seals build. Sandman S silencer, and a few other small things for it. Fair enough. So, DevGru, all that kind of thing, that kind of clone vibe. Fair enough. Looks good so far. Nice. Use for indoor CQB, of course. You clearly have a lens because you took the picture. Have you considered focusing it? Bloody hell. Right, that's better. Yeah, looks good. I mean, the only thing I don't like is the weird tape. Apart from that, it is an M4. It looks good. Alright, this is alright. Alrighty. Guys. Right, if you want your gun to look cool, but you don't give enough of a if you don't use your guns after building them and then expect them to look purposeful, then you do have to kind of pick one cool thing or another. For example, risers or backup iron sights, because these will not work through this. This is too high. And let's be realistic here. If this, you know, if the battery on this dies, which is far more likely than it getting shot out, are you going to take it off and put it in your pocket while the glass is still intact? No. Plus, also the far more likely reason that you would want co-witness, as we've said before, is you going from a dark into a light environment, which is just as likely in... It's got a QD at least. Yes. Which is just... going from a dark into a light environment is another reason you would want co-witness, which is just as likely, especially so in a CQP area, where you can be going from indoors to outdoors and all that kind of thing. You're not going to be ripping off the EOTech for that, dude. You know that, I know that, we all know that, okay? So none of this like, oh, it's got a QD EOTech and it's got a QD mount, so oh, I'll just rip it off and put it in a pocket. You're not going to rip it off and put it in a pocket because the glass is still fine. And so if you rip it off and put it in a pocket while the glass is still fine, it's going to get bashed around and it's probably going to be fucked by the time that you take it out of your pocket again. So I do not accept that as a valid excuse. Pick one cool thing or another. Unless you actually have had situations where you've been happy to risk breaking the EOTech and to rip it off like that and put it in a pocket. But that's odd, right? Just don't have the riser on it and have working sights? Yeah, like it's not a grenade, dude. You've... this battery empty. Little things like that annoy me, where it's clearly come from that kind of YouTuber, gun-tuber culture, and it's like, think for yourself, you can think for yourself, make your own decisions. Whatever, it's only iron sights, it's fine, I will live. Magpul SL stock, that's not an SOK, is it? Fine, all good. CQD, sling point. Again, it depends where you use it, because if you use the rear sling point here, as it kind of looks like you do with the QD mount, then this can end up digging into your kits. What kit do you use? Is that plastic mags? If those are plastic mags, like the GM PMags, Guns Modified PMags. Oh! Those are AEG mags. No, they're not, sorry. Lancer or something, right? There's a MWS mag that has that cutout in it. Whatever. Plastic mags. In that case, plastic mags absolutely fine in that regard to have the CQD mount there and still be using the rearward sling point if you want. We're using the middle one here. Because plastic mags are not going to get scratched up by that sling mount. So that's totally fine. You have chosen death. Oh dear. Right. Also, just a general thing on sling mounts. The closer you have your sling mounts together, the more controllable they are when you're in the gun. The further apart the sling mounts, the more controllable the gun is when you're not in the gun. Like if you have it slung across to you in storage, whatever. It's as simple as that. A18 or T8 yeah, I thought so. Yep. Not many more now. We're getting there. We're getting there. Ooh, what is this? TM MWS, inspired by Snake's custom AR from Metal Gear Solid 4. GMP CAC FS RAS Handguard, FF RAS Handguard. GMP PRI front sight block. To Google we go, because my Mod 0, my Mark 12 Mod 0 could benefit from that. GNP PRI front sight block. Sorry, I will look at the build properly in a sec. Is this actually in stock anywhere? No, not there. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go on a hunt. No, that's a different thing. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, this is going to be one of those things where it just doesn't exist anymore. So modification was required here, which I will not go into here. Fair enough. No, no, no. Oh, that one? Yeah. No, out of stock though. Oh dear. Yeah, I think that maybe is not possible to buy one of these anymore. Yeah, okay. Right, so one of those discontinued GMP things that is unfortunately very hard to get hold of nowadays. Guns modified barrel nut adapter. Oh yes. Oh, I don't have one here, but yeah, to get an aftermarket handguard onto a stock Tokyo Marui barrel, you need one of those adapters. Otherwise, you do up the barrel nut all the way, and you're like, oh, this looks good. And then, you know, you use it as, oh, cool, happy days, yeah. And it will last a while. And then the barrel will drop off, even though it's all tightened up. Because the barrel nut just won't work if you don't have one of those adapters. Unfortunate. AGM arms rear sight. Ah, the number 40. That's the 40L, right? I think. Do I have one of those? Well, I do have one of those, but do I have one of those to hand? Because I have the Garda one, which is similar to AGM, I think, if memory serves. Oh boy. I've started a quest here. Is that it? No. Hey, there it is. So, I have this one, which is similar, but not quite the same, is it? Because my... Oh, are they the same? Yeah, no, it's different. So I have a little roll pin thing here. That's a different design. Very similar, though. That's interesting. Oh, what can I put away while I'm here? One of those. Cool. I wanted the Garda one, but couldn't find it anywhere. The AGM one is pretty bad. That's unfortunate. So I got the Garda one. There was one in stock in the country, and I just snapped it up as soon as I saw it. I also have the A&K, the full-size one, the 40, the large, for the Mach 12 Mod 0. But because it's made by A&K, again, we get back into the issue of A&K being utter shit. So it was absolutely terrible, but the Garda, the locking bit of the Garda, fits the A&K sight. And so that fixes that whole problem, and therefore that sight works as well. So I feel very lucky to have got the Garda one, and I feel very grateful for it. Let's... Oh. Oi. Right, aimpoint comp M2 on a QRP mount, looking good. Oh, that's literally what you've written there. Krylon paint on stock and grip. Okay. Krylon holds up very well, doesn't it? It's almost unfortunate how well it does hold up, because for something like this is absolutely perfect. This is the perfect use case for Krylon, because you don't want it to wear. You want it to look this good for the end of time. But for a lot of gun paint builds, you kind of want it to wear away and tell the story. That's, you know, it's part of what's good about it. But Krylon just doesn't do that. So I end up being hesitant about using Krylon unless it's for things that I know I want to stay the colour that it is, because it's too good. Oh yeah, aimpoint comp M2 on a QRP mount. We've seen a few of these now. I've got one myself. Can't go wrong. Oh, are you okay? My light died. Oh, just on a timer, I guess. Timer for So, I've just found out that my light turns off after 5 hours. That's good to know. That's really good to know. Okay. Oh. That is 5 hours, isn't it? Yeah. Alright. God. Thank you guys for sticking around. And also, I'm sorry. So that is MTR Silver bolt carrier group to match in-game model. Oh, Metal Gear Solid. Lilac top arm, Feder Empass. Yeah, you know. You know. Don't. If you get an MWS, people will be like, "Oh, you need to change the inner barrel. You need to change the bucking. You need to change this. You need to change that." Starters, there are 2 things you need to do. Well, 3 things, I guess. Right, so Lilac top arm, perfection. Feder Empass, if you need to have control over your muzzle velocity, then that is the best way to do that. And then the rest of it is really preventative. The nozzle return spring, sure. The buffer tube, I haven't really seen any issues, any instances of the buffer tubes coming apart in recent history. So yeah, maybe changing to a 1-piece buffer tube would be beneficial, but really, no. And then people talk about, you know, changing buckings, changing... no. Stick a Lilac top arm in it, you're absolutely fine. Job done. So, simple build, but perfectly effective, and honestly, it makes the stuff feel less like APS 2. Oh yeah, because it changes the feel of it. Yes, the paint. True. Yeah, not a well built out gun because it's not got a lot of stuff done to it. But an MWS doesn't need as much stuff done to it, and that has had precisely the right amount of stuff done to it to get it just good. You don't need much more than that. You really don't. And like I say, the rest of it is preventative. So, light, fast, simple, nothing more than it needs to be. Excellent, excellent build. Can't fault you there. Well done. The deed has been done. Build finished just today. Right, car 15. Excuse me. Funny enough, talking for 5 hours is doing my throat in. Alright. Oh, this thing looks fun. So, I like the sort of the stubby, chubby nature of this. I like that. Right, HO bird cage flash hider, Q, arms, carry handle mount. Oh, yes. So, I have one of these that doesn't have markings on it. It's also the more spaced out, like the Weaver, I guess. But the arms one, that's pretty cool. There's markings on it. Cool. Deactivate Maglite 2D. That's what we were talking about earlier. And of course, you put some tape on it because you like tape on everything. Okay. Held by hose clamps. Yes. There's. If you had flipped that the other way round, each of these hose clamps, and then drilled through the other side, then all of these ends would have been up top in the receiver, and they wouldn't have been in your way, and so you wouldn't have needed to put tape over them. I know you spent ages drilling through these, but just a thought. Just a thought. I had to place cap like that because otherwise I was not able to unmagnite properly somehow. Oh, that's something I did separately. Oh, I probably should have told you about that. Packing foam, or like cosplay foam, modelling foam. Oh, drilling bit slipped so much. Yes, because it's not going through there. Okay, fine. Yeah, foam. If you put a little bit of foam in between here and here, then you can tighten this assembly to the point where it doesn't move, of course. But then you can tighten each one individually to choose how high you want your angle, and so you can get your alignment to wherever you want it by using a bit of foam in between the top points of those clamps. That's how that can be done. Savota medium sling and range band, hold it close in place. It's out to a more era appropriate sling one day, fair enough. I haven't tried Savota slings, I keep hearing about them. I guess I need to try one at some point. The trouble is I have slingsters, right? So because I have slingsters, I have no need to go anywhere else. Also, we forgot to talk about 8.5000. 8.5000. Ooh. So this is a 30mm tube dot. I believe the window is a little bit more restrictive than the Aimpoint Comp M2. I'm also personally more a fan of the Comp M2 look than the 5000 look. So I did kind of have the opportunity to look at the M2 because the M2 was available at the time. It's like, oh, I could get one of these, or I could wait and get the 5000 for basically the same price. I went with the M2 look personally just because I prefer it. But this does look very good still, and it does fit the chunky and what did I say earlier? Chunky and flubby and no, chubby and oh no, chubby and tubby, no, bubby and damn it, whatever, it suits the look. So I did the thing by turning clamps, thanks to the advice, no problem, but the height is pretty much centered fortunately. Okay, cool. Still trying to find a genuine used Comp M2 for a good price. Chunky and stubby. Oh, chubby and stubby, that was it. Chubby and stubby. You're trying to find a used Comp M2 for a good price. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I wish you luck. The 5000 does still look very good. It does. Genuinely. Internals DNA buffer with shifting weights made out of 70-75 aluminium. Alright. Oh yeah, this is the VFC, isn't it? Yeah, VFC. I forget that you're not an MWS guy. RS selector, cool. Which is not doable on an MWS. Maybe a new hop chamber. I've heard things about the VFC hop performance and consistency. So, perhaps. Surprisingly not as front heavy as anticipated. Maglite 2D has been filled with the epoxy, one of the possible deactivation and finalization processes. Yeah, German, so they can't have lights. For some reason. Oh, you own two MGS? You own two MGS? Oh, alright, fair enough. Might switch to a 14.5 gun barrel to use the VFC Ops MBS suppressor. Brother. Those suppressors are not common. I have one. Desh has one. That makes us brothers. And yeah, people drool over them, and they can't have them. You like a little sticker. I know you like a little sticker. It's there, right? Yeah. Yeah, good build. I really like the chubbiness. The flashlight actually really kind of fills everything out. I like that. I like that a lot. I think you've done really well there. Good job. The last AR-15 you reviewed was an MWS. Mate, if you think I have memory, you're having a laugh. I don't remember a time before this stream started. Right. Yeah. This looks very, very nice. Good job. Oh. Okay. I'm not going through each of these individually. I hope you understand this. Alright. So. Wilson Combat. This is, what is that? Operator. Oh, so that's a... I was going to say a Kimber, but that's a different thing, isn't it? I don't know 1911s very well. But yeah, another sort of like 2000s tactical type thing with your rail, your light rail. Looks good. I like the grip as well. That's pretty cool. Similar kind of vibe, but they different. Oh no, that's got full Picatinny as well. So same in that regard. Different grip though. Raised sights? Same. Oh, similar sights. But yeah, different kind of thing, different kind of vibe going on for that. Bit more sort of stealthy, sort of nighttime. Ooh. You get what I mean. You get what I mean. Silver. Okay. Pretty cool. I'm not generally a fan of silver 1911s-ish. There are silver guns that can look good, like the Beretta 92. Not generally a fan of silver 1911s though. It looks alright. It looks alright. I just prefer like the dark style. SFA M45A1. Which one's it? Oh, that's an. That's not an M45A1 because that's an operator. But that absolutely makes sense as an M45A1. Okay, fair enough. The delay is going to be rough here because I'm going to be rapid firing these. Oh, this looks familiar. What is this? Night. Night. Oh, I've seen this design before. It's presumably not. That's not the Knights Armament logo, is it? This Knights. I know Knights Armament likes to put dimples in things, but they didn't make a 1911, did they? Not sure. We'll come back to that. It looks interesting. It looks like you could hit it with a golf club and it'll go wee, because it looks like the dimples of a golf club. Nighthawk, that's it. Nighthawk, yes. Okay, yeah. I understand now. That does look interesting. Wilson Combat again, with the grip there, but this is. Oh yeah, I think that says Wilson. This is more of a carry style, so a bit of a shorter barrel, but full size grip. So similar kind of vibe to the Staccato P, or the Glock 19X, for example. Or 19. There's another 19 that's like full size grip and short barrel. Oh no, it's 45. Glock 45. Just checking the chat quick. Concrete floors on field. Oh, okay. 5 hours ago, I asked what it took to scratch the ViperTech that Nacho has, the ViperTech SR16. Apparently it was a concrete floor on his field. And apparently Minkle with the gas block earlier, it was the last one. So I will not be seeing any of those, I imagine. Brother. Yes. Alright, cool. So, let's have a look at down here. So, yeah, boy, brother. These are not common, which is unfortunate because they're very cool. You can get Bowmaster, I believe. All of these are either TM or WA. Okay, cool. Trypophobia 1911, true. You can get Bowmaster suppressors of this kind. That are movie accurate to Black Hawk Down, but not historically accurate to Operation Gothic Serpent and all that kind of era. A slightly different collar, and I am not sure if they go over a 14.5-inch barrel like these do, or if they rely on like a 10.3-inch or whatever. I don't know. But these ones specifically are very rare nowadays. Pretty cool though. Yes, Mad Dog has a similar reproduction with a very strange mounting option that I do not personally trust. I wouldn't trust that at all. It looks very, very strange. Western Arms not totally. Yeah. So, all of these are either Tokyo Marui or Western Arms. Western Arms, not really a company anymore, I don't think. But they were prevalent back in the day, before my day, in fact. So, short barrel, full size grip, Wilson Combat, cool. Trypophobia Special. This is a compact carry type thing, so we have a shorter grip there as well as the shorter thing. This is not quite sort of Teutonic style, but in sort of like Kimber carry, that kind of thing. So carry style. I quite like these, but I like the thought of them being small, but the fact that they're small annoys me in terms of, you know, the feel of the grip. So, unfortunate. Western Arms still exist, they just don't export. The one at the bottom was made just a month ago. Oh, cheeky. Alright, so, carry style 1911, that's pretty cool. Oh, I thought that was a weird front end on that for a sec. It looks serrated because I was looking at the wood grain. Ooh, okay. So like I say, I'm not usually a fan of lighter coloured 1911s, but I quite like that. something different. I like that. Is that the same as this? 719, 719? Yes. So both of these appear to be very similar. Different grips though. This has more of a grain on it, but I can't tell if it's a different grip or just a different individual one. Yeah, hard to say. But they do look very similar and they do look very cool. Oh, is this a Hitman? Is this going for the Hitman vibe? Not sure. But yeah, very cool, like those. And then something a bit more classic. That's cool. So, yeah. Oh, weird gold thing. Is that a mag base plate? Weird. Right, updated model of the same gun. So this is these two here. Updated model of the same gun. One is proper wood and slightly more accurate. Ah, thought so. Okay, Metal Gear Solid 3 pistol. All right, fair enough. Cool. And then something a bit more classic here with a golden base plate on the magazine. All of these, and no like World War II style 1911. So you know your vibe, definitely. I was saying earlier, I was thinking about like an M45, well, an MEU. But can I justify the cost? That's the thing. Bob Chow carry special. Oh, that's a carry gun. It's big though. Fair enough. Cool. Very nice indeed. That is a lot of 1911s. You know what? You know where your heart is. I appreciate that. So, oh, that's the last one. Oh, guys, we're done. Oh boy. Oh, what comes after this? Oh, I don't know. Oh boy. Oh. Right. I was not expecting to finish this really ever. I was expecting to be here until the end of time. I thought I'd never be allowed to leave. All right. Oi. Right. Well, I hadn't really prepared to ever end this. Thank you so much, guys. But please do this channel fuck off. You have me nervous there, but yeah, it's been fun, guys. I've enjoyed this one as well. I really enjoyed the first one. I really enjoyed this one. It's been great to have you all by. Dejan, thanks again for the donation, buddy. That's really much appreciated. What? That's very funny. Right. Yeah. Very much appreciated, Dejan, again. Thanks for that. Not necessary though, guys. You don't need to donate or anything like that. It's okay. But I do appreciate it nonetheless. Thanks for stopping by again. In terms of future video stuff coming out tomorrow, the Mark 12 Mod 0 and the Black Hawk Down Carbine go and get another game in them. They are finally getting some proper footage of how they are at the moment, and then each of those will have a future video. I'm planning on doing a video. I'll donate my liver next time. I can't pay for things with that. I'm gonna pass on the liver. Thanks, but pass. I want to do a video at some point trying to explain. I'm not sure if explain is the right word. I want to help people understand how I afford the stuff that I have, because I think it's quite important to show the challenges in that regard. I think it's not very authentic if you just say, hey, here's this thing, hey, here's this thing, hey, here's this thing, just over and over and over again, and it ends up being thousands of pounds, and you don't explain how that's happened. I think you may be missing something there. So I want to maybe do a video along those lines as well. The LAC6 is awaiting parts. It needs a bucking change. Yeah, that's most. I mean, I have some other video ideas in the works, really, but that's kind of future stuff. We do also have regular discussions of video things on the Discord. So if you're interested in having a discussion of anything like that, if you have any ideas, feel free to pop onto the Discord and make any suggestions. We have like specific channels and such for that kind of thing. Yeah, and we can chat about all that kind of thing. Keeping impulse purchases in check is absolutely one of them. I have a document. I can't show the document because it's got like URLs and such, and you can't really show URLs and that kind of thing. But yeah, I try and have a document that I update every month of budgeting and all that kind of thing. Thanks, Sting. Really enjoyed it, even though I didn't catch most of it live. Thanks, Nacho. I really appreciate that, man. It's been almost surreal that people have appreciated this to the same level that I have, because I've really enjoyed making these, and to have people actually stop by, hang out, and join in the fun it's really cool. It's really good. Documenting the process can be really helpful for new people. Documenting the process. Which process was I talking about? It was either monetary process or upgrade process of things. Either way, yes. Especially for money type stuff, you know. It's gotten to the point where I go to an airsoft field. Well, I just go to one airsoft field, Apocalypse. And quite a few people come up to me nowadays saying like, hey, are you Hobbs? And, you know, we chat about stuff, and if I've got a gun that we can play with, then we play with that. I let them have a go at the camera, like the eye camera, and then they go, oh, that's horrible. But a lot of it is kind of younger chaps that want to kind of get into gas blowback stuff. Totally valid. But it can be difficult to say, hey, to, you know, chat to one of these people and be like, hey, I want to get into a gas blowback rifle. I'm still, you know, a student. I'm still just getting started out. I have a budget of maybe like £300. Like, sorry, mate. I think you should probably maybe use that money for other things until you're in a better life position. So I do want to talk about what kind of life position people could put themselves in when they look for, you know, starting in careers and all that kind of thing, to try and help them be in a lifestyle that can maybe help them afford those kinds of things. Because apart from anything, if you talk to any gas airsofter, 99% of them are in tech or IT, or, you know, something along those lines. So I want to kind of talk about that kind of thing. Right, just don't buy any things I want to get myself. That's the best financial advice, mate. I showed a mag light on stream on the Discord, and you ended up buying one of those the next day. So I can't help you there. You can't be helped. What are you going to do with the rest of the late evening now, Hobbs? It's 9 o'clock. I haven't had dinner yet. I'm like 4 hours overdue for dinner. So I'm going to figure out something for dinner. Fish and chips. I'll do some fish and chips. I'll do that. What you just said about showing the finished build versus showing what went into building. Yes. Absolutely right. Sorry, I'm catching up on, and there's a bit of stream lag, and I want to try and keep conversation threads and not interrupt myself too much, because otherwise it's kind of annoying, right? So showing finished build versus showing what went into it, absolutely. That's actually quite a lot of my long form content. I will show a build and then try and show, well, not necessarily show, because filming the process is quite difficult actually. But explaining what went into each element of it, and kind of how much effort it was, how difficult it was, and how worthwhile it was for monetary cost, for time and effort, etc., etc. So what was one example of that? There was one example where I actually recommended people don't do it. Was it the L? No, it wasn't the L86. I don't remember. But there have been times where I've been like, you probably shouldn't do what I've done, because it hasn't really helped me as much as I thought it would. But all that kind of thing. I think these are great streams. Hey, not just for new people trying to figure out how to build guns, but also just hanging out and looking at cool builds in detail. Yeah, I would actually. So I used to. Well, I still hang out with him. Tequila Wolf, you probably saw him earlier. But I hung out with him, and I just bored the face off him, just looking through all these kinds of builds, being like, oh, this has got that in it. Oh, that. Oh, this has got that on it. Oh, this has got that on it. What are the? He's not as into airsoft and gas blowbacks as I am. I am very much into this kind of thing. And he would just be sitting there like, yeah, mm-hmm. And so after a while I realised, oh hey, we have all these people here with like-minded interests. Maybe we can just hang out together and look at cool builds. And here we are. So it's a good time. Buy drugs instead? No. I only spent 20 euros on it. That was reasonable, man. I think you're being hypothetical, British moment. What to eat? Blimey, that's fish and chips. Yeah, all my food is beige. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, I spent way too much money and time on a build. Before that, I should have just sold and moved on. Yeah, sometimes that can happen. I have a C7 A2-ish build at the moment. So, big old 20-inch barrel, particular furniture on it, and a genuine Elkin Spectre. So the old gen Elkin Spectre, otherwise known as the C79. It's cool, but now that I've built it, I'm not that into it now that I've built it, which is interesting. And when it gets a video at some point, it's been unbuilt now because it's now a Block 2, because I liked Block 2 too much. But when it does get a video, I will be talking about that and saying like, now that I've actually had it, the reality doesn't quite live up to the concept, unfortunately. But hey, that's how these things go. Orgly Duck reference? Maybe. I think he's just shown me a bush. That earlier picture. I could go for some chips. Yeah. Poker chip. Well, yeah, I could. Yeah. I'm hesitant with that kind of thing. It's seeing like, I don't want to agree with Dejan and say that, yeah, just give me lots of money, because I'm conscious of the fact I'm on a stream and I don't want to be like that. That's not what I do. That's not the vibe I want. But yes, I hate when this happens. The urge to own something, and once you own it, the hype already died. Yes, I have had that a little bit actually with the Glock. I was a Glock guy for a very long time, and got the steel kit, loved it. Got the aluminium kit, loved it. But then once I had the mostly just sarcastic, but that's the thing, I've had that actually before, where once I completed the Glock and got it all fully complete, I immediately moved on to the staccato, and it kind of just fell by the wayside. It's one of those situations where I was guilty of moving the goalpost for myself a bit, and it's not great. You gotta take time to appreciate your successes, you know. But yeah, sometimes that can happen, and that's a tricky one. I've seen 2 to 3 people recently who had the hype wear off while the gun was in transit. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's one of those sort of impulse buys. I try, well, I want to say that I try and avoid impulse buys for guns. And I think I have mostly avoided impulse buys for guns, but at the same time, I definitely wouldn't say I'm innocent in that regard. I haven't had the hype die off for one in that severe a sense. No, generally it's when putting a lot of effort into the build over months and years. The Glock really being the main example, but no. That is rough though. Let's go and find out there. Yes, of course. Yeah, sometimes you can send it back, but then if you import from another country, it can often be not feasible, which is unfortunate. But anyway, today we looked at a lot of fantastic builds, such as this Car 15 here from Dej. I really do like that. That looks good. That looks really good. Guys, it's been fantastic having you all here, and it's been fantastic having you all stop by. Next stream, I should probably do a... My category is picking up a... Yeah, I do that too. I will absolutely just pick up a gun every now and then and be like, and life is good. Next stream that I do probably should be a kit review stream rather than a build review stream, because the kit picks are building up somewhat. Somewhat indeed. Manage your expectations. I am nowhere near as much of a kit guy as I am a gun guy. So for example, I can tell this is probably 58 pattern webbing. Aside from that, not a clue. So it's going to be a much more sort of going to be a much less knowledgeable stream. But again, we will simply be appreciating other people's projects and having a good time. So it's been fantastic having you all here, guys. And I guess we are done for the day. That's... Oh, we've been here 5.5 hours. Starting off with the child soldier. Yes. Yes, we are indeed. Yeah. With pattern 83 webbing. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, it's been fantastic having you guys all here, and I will see you around. Cheers, guys.